In the shadows of humanity's struggle for survival, one organization has operated beyond the reach of law, morality, and public scrutiny. The Office of Naval Intelligence stands as both shield and dagger, protector and predator, guardian and executioner. Its history is written in classified files, redacted reports, and the unmarked graves of those who knew too much. Tonight, we delve into the darkness at the heart of the UNSC, exploring the secrets, lies, and necessary evils of ONI. The Office of Naval Intelligence did not begin as the sprawling intelligence apparatus that would one day orchestrate humanity's darkest operations. Its origins trace back to the interplanetary wars of the 22nd century, when humanity's expansion throughout the Sol system brought not unity but fragmentation and violent conflict. The Jovian Moons campaigns, the Rainforest Wars, and countless smaller conflicts demonstrated a critical truth. Information was as valuable as ammunition, and intelligence could turn the tide of battle as surely as any weapon. During these turbulent years, the various military branches of the United Nations maintained their own intelligence operations, each jealously guarding its sources and methods. The inefficiency was staggering. Critical intelligence failed to reach those who needed it most. Opportunities to prevent bloodshed were missed because competing agencies refused to share information. Lives were lost not to enemy action, but to bureaucratic dysfunction and inter-service rivalry. The formation of the unified UNSC military structure brought with it a recognition that intelligence operations required similar unification. In the aftermath of the interplanetary wars, as the Callisto Treaty formalized Earth's military and political reorganization, the Office of Naval Intelligence emerged from the merger of multiple predecessor agencies. Its mandate was straightforward on paper: gather intelligence on external and internal threats, conduct analysis to support military operations, and provide strategic assessments to UNSC leadership. In practice, ONI's mandate would prove far more expansive and considerably darker. The early decades of ONI's existence saw it operating primarily as a conventional intelligence agency. Signals, intelligence, human intelligence, and analysis formed the core of its activities. ONI operatives worked to identify potential threats to Earth's colonies, track criminal organizations operating in space, and monitor the political temperature of the growing colonial population. These were the activities one might expect from any intelligence organization serving a democratic government. But as humanity pushed further into space, as colonies multiplied, and the distances between Earth and its furthest settlements grew to light years rather than light minutes, ONI began to change. The vast distances of interstellar space created blind spots where Earth's authority weakened. Colonial worlds developed their own identities, their own grievances, and increasingly, their own ambitions separate from Earth's vision. ONI's role shifted from passive observation to active management of these brewing tensions. It was during this period that ONI began to develop the infrastructure that would define its later operation. Black budgets hidden within labyrinthine accounting systems, off-the-books facilities where deniability was built into the architecture, networks of informants and agents operating under deep cover in colonial governments and civilian populations. The legal frameworks that allowed ONI to operate with minimal oversight were established not through dramatic legislative battles, but through quiet amendments, bureaucratic reinterpretations, and the steady accumulation of precedent. The organizational structure that ONI adopted reflected its dual nature. Section 1 would handle conventional intelligence gathering and analysis, the public face of ONI's operations. Section 2 took responsibility for propaganda, misinformation, and the shaping of public perception both within the UNSC military and among the civilian population. Section 3 would become home to ONI's darkest work: special projects, experimental programs, and operations that existed in the gray zones beyond legal and ethical boundaries. This tripartite structure created useful compartmentalization. Personnel in Section 1 could operate believing they served a legitimate intelligence agency, unaware of or distanced from the activities conducted under Section 3's authority. Information flowed upward through the hierarchy, but rarely sideways, ensuring that only those at the highest levels possessed a complete picture of ONI's true scope and activities. The transformation of ONI from intelligence agency to shadow government accelerated with the release of the Carver findings in 2491. Dr. Elias Carver's comprehensive analysis of humanity's political and security situation painted a grim picture. Using advanced modeling and decades of data, Carver predicted with disturbing accuracy that the colonial situation was unsustainable. Rebellion was not merely possible, but inevitable. Without dramatic intervention, Carver warned, humanity's interstellar civilization would collapse into civil war within decades. The UNSC leadership's response to the Carver findings revealed much about the path humanity would take. Rather than addressing the underlying grievances driving colonial discontent, rather than reforming the systems that had created such widespread resentment, the decision was made to double down on control. ONI would be the instrument of that control, empowered to take whatever measures necessary to prevent the predicted collapse. This decision transformed ONI's mission fundamentally. No longer was it merely gathering intelligence on potential threats. Now, it was tasked with actively suppressing dissent, neutralizing independence movements before they could gain momentum, and maintaining Earth's authority over increasingly restive colonies by any means necessary. The line between intelligence agency and secret police had been crossed, though few outside ONI's highest echelons fully grasped the implications. The insurrection, when it came, validated Carver's predictions, even as it vindicated ONI's expanded mandate in the eyes of UNSC leadership. But the methods ONI would employ in fighting that long, bitter conflict, would set precedents that haunted humanity for generations. The organization that had begun as a response to the chaos of the interplanetary wars had itself become an agent of chaos, operating in shadows that grew deeper with each passing year. By the time the Covenant arrived to threaten humanity's extinction, ONI had already established itself as an organization unto itself, answerable only nominally to UNSC High Command and practically to no one. The infrastructure of secrecy was in place. The precedents for extra-legal operations had been set. The personnel willing to make impossible choices had been recruited and trained. ONI stood ready to do whatever survival demanded, having long since abandoned any pretense that law or ethics would constrain its actions. Understanding ONI's origins is essential to comprehending what it would become. It did not begin as a malevolent organization staffed by villains. It began as a pragmatic response to genuine problems, staffed by individuals who believed they served humanity's best interests. The tragedy of ONI lies not in its creation, but in how each reasonable compromise, each necessary expedient, each temporary measure that became permanent, accumulated into something monstrous. The road to ONI's darkest operations was paved not with malice, but with the incremental acceptance that the ends justified the means, that survival excused any action, that secrecy protected not just operations, but those conducting them from accountability. The Office of Naval Intelligence in the 22nd century bore little resemblance to the organization that would orchestrate the Spartan programs, manipulate entire species toward civil war, and commit acts that any objective observer would classify as crimes against humanity. But the seeds were there from the beginning, planted in the decision to prioritize control over reform, secrecy over transparency, and the survival of the existing power structure over the legitimate grievances of humanity's colonists. Those seeds would grow into something terrible, fed by crisis after crisis, watered with the blood of those who stood in ONI's way or simply knew too much. The organization that emerged from humanity's early, stumbling steps into interstellar civilization would become both humanity's most effective defender and its most dangerous enemy. To understand ONI is to confront uncomfortable questions about what civilizations become when survival trumps all other values, when the apparatus of security grows powerful enough to threaten what it was created to protect. The origins of ONI lie in the gap between humanity's aspirations and its willingness to do what those aspirations required. Earth wanted a unified human civilization spanning the stars. It was unwilling to grant the autonomy, respect, and political representation that would make such unity genuine rather than imposed. Into that gap stepped ONI, armed with the tools of surveillance, manipulation, and coercion, tasked with maintaining the illusion of unity through the reality of control. Every subsequent tragedy followed from that original sin. The Insurrection did not announce itself with a single dramatic act. It emerged gradually from hundreds of colonial worlds, each nursing its own grievances, each finding Earth's rule increasingly intolerable. The outer colonies had fueled humanity's expansion with their resources, their labor, and their blood. In return, they received taxation without meaningful representation, economic exploitation that enriched Earth while leaving colonial populations struggling, and a political system that treated them as second-class citizens in the civilization they had built. ONI had seen it coming. The Carver findings had provided the warning. Intelligence reports throughout the late 24th and early 25th centuries documented growing unrest, increasingly bold acts of civil disobedience, and the formation of organized resistance movements. The colonial military administration's heavy-handed responses to protests and strikes only accelerated radicalization. Each crackdown created martyrs. Each martyr recruited more people to the cause. The cycle was predictable, documented in ONI's own classified assessments, and seemingly unstoppable through conventional means. The decision was made at the highest levels of ONI and UNSC High Command that conventional means would not be employed. If the insurrection could not be prevented through political accommodation, it would be crushed through superior intelligence and ruthless application of force. ONI received authorization to expand its operations dramatically, along with the black budget funding to make that expansion possible. The insurrection would become the crucible in which modern ONI was forged. Section 3 took the lead in developing ONI's counterinsurgency doctrine. The approach was comprehensive and brutal. Every insurrectionist organization would be penetrated by informants and undercover operatives. Every communication would be monitored. Every weapons cache would be identified. Every safe house would be compromised. And when the time was right, when ONI's intelligence picture was sufficiently complete, surgical strikes would decapitate the leadership of rebel organizations, sowing chaos and leaving the movements leaderless and vulnerable to further infiltration. Operation Kaleidoscope exemplified this approach. Beginning in the early 2500s, Kaleidoscope targeted key insurrectionist leaders for assassination. These were not conventional military operations. The targets were eliminated in ways designed to maximize psychological impact and minimize the risk of creating martyrs. Car accidents, mysterious illnesses, disappearances that left families wondering and organizations paranoid about who might be next. Killings made to look like internal power struggles, turning insurrectionist factions against each other. The operation succeeded in its immediate objectives. Prominent rebel leaders fell one after another. Colonel Robert Watts survived multiple attempts on his life, a testament to his skill and paranoia. But many of his peers and subordinates were not so fortunate. Figures like Xavier Mole, Gerald Mulcahy-Ander, Standish, and Cable were eliminated in quick succession. The insurrectionist movement, deprived of experienced leadership and unsure who among their ranks might be an ONI asset, fractured into smaller cells that were easier to manage if not entirely neutralize. But assassination was only one tool in ONI's arsenal. Section 2 worked to undermine popular support for the insurrection through sophisticated propaganda campaigns. Colonial media was infiltrated. Stories were planted highlighting insurrectionist atrocities while downplaying or omitting CMA and UNSC abuses. Economic hardships caused by Earth's exploitative policies were reframed as the natural result of insurrectionist violence disrupting trade and commerce. The narrative was carefully crafted. The insurrectionists were terrorists and criminals, not freedom fighters, and their actions hurt the very colonists they claimed to represent. The effectiveness of these propaganda efforts is difficult to assess. ONI's own internal documents from the period suggest mixed results. In some regions, the information warfare campaign successfully isolated insurrectionists from their support base. In others, particularly in the outer colonies where Earth's abuses were most visible, propaganda had limited impact. People believed what they could see with their own eyes, more than what they heard in broadcasts originating from Earth. ONI's surveillance infrastructure expanded enormously during the insurrection. Every colonial communications network was tapped. Quantum encrypted channels that colonial governments believed secure had been compromised by ONI's signals, intelligence capabilities. Human intelligence networks penetrated every level of colonial society, from dock workers and manufacturing plant employees to mid-level government functionaries and even some planetary governors themselves. The scope of surveillance was totalitarian, creating an atmosphere of paranoia that served ONI's purposes even when specific intelligence gathering efforts failed. This period saw the emergence of tactics that would become ONI trademarks. Enhanced interrogation techniques, a bureaucratic euphemism for torture, were developed and refined. Prisoners were disappeared into black sites where they could be held indefinitely without trial or even acknowledgement of their detention. Families of suspected insurrectionists were monitored, harassed, and sometimes targeted directly as leverage to force cooperation or extract information. The legal protections that theoretically governed UNSC operations were systematically ignored or reinterpreted into meaninglessness. It was during the insurrection that rumors began circulating within ONI itself about Section 0. Officially, ONI consisted of 3 sections with clearly defined roles, but whispers spoke of a 4th section, so deeply classified that even most ONI personnel were unaware of its existence. Section 0 allegedly handled the operations too sensitive even for Section 3, the targets too important to risk failure, the actions too illegal to admit even internally. Whether Section 0 actually existed or was simply useful disinformation is a question that remains unanswered. The fact that the question exists at all speaks to the culture of secrecy within ONI, where compartmentalization was so extreme that no one below the very highest levels could be certain what the organization as a whole was doing. The insurrection also forced ONI to confront the limitations of pure intelligence operations. Information alone could not pacify rebellious colonies. Surveillance could identify threats but could not eliminate them. Propaganda could shape perceptions but could not address underlying grievances. ONI needed military assets capable of conducting the kinds of operations that regular UNSC forces either could not or would not perform. This need contributed directly to ONI's interest in special operations programs, including the various Spartan projects. ONI's manipulation of colonial governments represents one of its most insidious activities during this period. On worlds where the existing government was viewed as insufficiently loyal to Earth, ONI worked to orchestrate changes in leadership. Blackmail, bribery, and carefully timed intelligence leaks served to elevate more compliant officials while destroying the careers and sometimes lives of those deemed problematic. In extreme cases, coups were engineered, replacing entire governments with regimes more amenable to UNSC control. The moral calculus ONI employed to justify these activities was straightforward, if deeply troubling. The insurrection threatened to fracture humanity into warring factions. Such fragmentation would leave individual colonies vulnerable to external threats, whatever those might prove to be. In the long term, a divided humanity could not survive in a hostile galaxy. Therefore, maintaining unity was an existential imperative that justified any means, no matter how brutal or illegal. The suffering inflicted on colonial populations and individual victims of ONI's operations was regrettable but necessary. This logic would be recycled many times in ONI's history, adapted to justify each new escalation and atrocity. The insurrection also revealed fundamental flaws in ONI's approach. For all its intelligence-gathering capabilities, ONI failed to understand the movements it was fighting. The focus was on tactics and operations rather than strategy and motivation. ONI could identify rebel safe houses and track weapons shipments, but it could not or would not grapple with the reality that the insurrection was a symptom of legitimate grievances. Crushing the rebels without addressing the underlying causes meant the conflict could never truly be won, only managed through perpetual violence. This failure of understanding extended to ONI's assessments of the insurrection's resilience. Intelligence analysts repeatedly underestimated how quickly rebel organizations could rebuild after leadership decapitations. New leaders emerged from the ranks, often more radical than their predecessors precisely because they had witnessed ONI's ruthlessness firsthand. The surveillance state ONI created bred paranoia that actually strengthened insurrectionist operational security as cells adopted more stringent compartmentalization and communications discipline. The propaganda campaigns backfired in regions where colonial populations could directly observe the disparity between ONI's narrative and reality. By the time Operation Trebuchet launched in the early 2530s as a comprehensive military campaign against the insurrection, ONI had been fighting this shadow war for decades. The operation achieved tactical success, including the recapture of Eridanis, but strategic victory remained elusive. The insurrection adapted, becoming more decentralized and harder to target with conventional military operations. Rebel cells learned to blend into civilian populations, making it nearly impossible to distinguish insurgent from innocent colonist. The UNSC found itself fighting a counterinsurgency across dozens of worlds simultaneously, each with its own unique challenges and complications. ONI's activities during the insurrection established patterns that would persist throughout its existence. The prioritization of short-term tactical gains over long-term strategic thinking, the belief that sufficient force and surveillance could solve political problems, the willingness to sacrifice individuals, families, and entire populations if doing so served ONI's objectives, the creation of elaborate justifications for actions that violated both law and fundamental ethical principles, the culture of secrecy that prevented meaningful oversight and allowed abuses to multiply unchecked. Perhaps most significantly, the insurrection entrenched within ONI a ends justify the means philosophy that became organizational doctrine. Personnel were selected and promoted based not on ethical considerations, but on their willingness to do what was necessary. Questioning orders or raising moral objections marked one as unsuited for ONI work. The organization developed its own internal culture, separate from the broader UNSC, where loyalty to ONI and its mission trumped all other considerations, including the laws the UNSC ostensibly fought to uphold. The insurrection never truly ended. Even when the Covenant arrived to threaten humanity's extinction, pockets of rebel activity persisted. ONI found itself fighting on two fronts, combating both alien invaders and human rebels. Remarkably, or perhaps tellingly, ONI continued operations against insurrectionists even as humanity faced annihilation. Colonial rebels were deemed threats sufficient to warrant ONI attention and resources, even when those resources might have been directed toward the species' survival. The rationale was that allowing the insurrection to succeed would undermine the unified command structure necessary to fight the Covenant. The reality was that ONI had become an institution whose primary imperative was perpetuating its own power. The insurrection was the crucible that forged ONI's Black Ops doctrine. It normalized extra-legal operations, established the infrastructure for secret prisons and assassination programs, and selected for personnel willing to commit acts that conventional military service would classify as war crimes. When the Covenant War began, ONI possessed capabilities that would prove invaluable in humanity's desperate struggle for survival. But those capabilities came with a moral cost that humanity is still paying generations later. The organization that emerged from the insurrection was powerful, ruthless, and effective. It was also unaccountable, amoral, and dangerous, not just to humanity's enemies, but to the very people it claimed to protect. If any single program defines ONI's willingness to sacrifice morality for military advantage, it is the Spartan 2 program. The abduction of 75 children, their replacement with flash clones doomed to die horrible deaths. The brutal augmentation procedures that killed or crippled many candidates, all orchestrated with ONI's full knowledge and support, represent an atrocity that cannot be justified by any amount of subsequent military success. That these child soldiers saved humanity from extinction during the Covenant War is undeniable. That their creation required committing crimes against children is equally undeniable. The Spartan 2 program forces a confrontation with the darkest implications of the necessary evil doctrine. Dr. Catherine Halsey is typically identified as the architect of Spartan 2, and indeed, she deserves much of the blame for the program's ethical horrors. But Halsey did not act alone, and her work was possible only because ONI provided funding, authorization, legal cover, and institutional support for every aspect of the program. The decision to proceed with Spartan 2 was made at the highest levels of ONI leadership. The kidnapping operations were conducted by ONI personnel. The flash clone replacements were created in ONI facilities using ONI resources. At every stage, from initial conception through implementation and the decades-long cover-up, ONI was complicit. The program's origins trace back to the earlier Orion project, also known as the Spartan YY program. Orion involved augmenting adult volunteers with biochemical and surgical enhancements to create superior soldiers. The project achieved moderate success, but faced limitations. Adult subjects could not adapt to the augmentations as well as developing physiology might. Psychological conditioning was less effective on fully formed adult minds. Orion produced capable soldiers, but not the transformative leap in military capability its creators envisioned. Halsey's proposal for Spartan 2 was radical. Take children at a young age before their bodies and minds had fully developed, and mold them from the ground up into perfect soldiers. The children would be selected based on genetic markers predicting superior strength, intelligence, and psychological resilience. They would undergo 6 years of brutal training designed to forge them into disciplined, highly skilled, and utterly loyal warriors. Then, at age 14, they would receive augmentation procedures that would transform them into physical and cognitive superhumans. The result would be soldiers who viewed war as their natural state, who possessed capabilities far beyond even the best conventional forces, and who had been too young when taken to remember any life other than service to the UNSC. ONI approved the program in 2511. The approval process is itself revealing. There are no records of extensive ethical review, No psychologists or ethicists appear to have been consulted about the implications of effectively enslaving children into military service. The decision was made based on pure cost-benefit analysis. Could Spartan 2 produce soldiers capable enough to justify the investment? And could the program be kept sufficiently secret that its existence would not create public relations problems? The answer to both questions was yes, and so 75 children were marked for abduction. The kidnappings were carefully planned and executed. ONI identified suitable candidates across UNS space. Children meeting Halsey's genetic criteria. Teams of ONI operatives infiltrated the candidates' home worlds, conducting surveillance on families to determine the optimal moment for the snatch. When the time came, the children were taken quickly and quietly, spirited away in the night. In their place, ONI left flash clones. The flash clone technology deserves particular attention for its sheer cruelty. These were not simple replacement bodies, but accelerated growth clones created with the victim's own genetic material. The clones possessed at least rudimentary consciousness, and the original children's memories, implanted through poorly understood and highly unreliable means. They were people, in other words, not mere biological copies. And they had been created with fatal genetic flaws that ensured their deaths within months or at most a few years. ONI gave these flash clones to the families of abducted children, knowing that the clones would suffer horrible degenerative deaths while their families watched helplessly. The purpose was coldly pragmatic. If the children simply disappeared, investigations would follow, families would demand answers, law enforcement would get involved, media attention was possible. But if the children appeared to die from rare but documented genetic disorders, no investigation would occur. Grieving families would bury their dead and try to move on. The trail would end there. ONI's only concern was that the flash clones survived long enough to die in ways that would be attributed to natural if tragic causes rather than foul play. This calculated infliction of suffering on both the families and the flash clones themselves reveals the depth of ONI's moral bankruptcy. It would have been possible to simply abduct the children and allow the families to believe their children were killed in accidents or disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Instead, ONI chose a method that required creating sentient beings for the express purpose of subjecting them to short, painful lives, all to maintain a cover story. The flash clone's suffering was a feature, not a bug, of ONI's approach. The children themselves were transported to Reach, to the classified ONI facility where the Spartan 2 program would be based. Here, they met Senior Chief Petty Officer Franklin Mendez, the drill instructor who would oversee their training for the next 6 years. The training regimen was designed to break and then remake the children into soldiers. Physical conditioning pushed them to and beyond their limits. Tactical instruction drilled military science into their minds with relentless repetition. They learned to use weapons, pilot vehicles, conduct stealth operations, and fight in every environment, from vacuum to deep underwater. The training was dangerous. At least one candidate died during this phase, years before augmentation. But the physical training was only part of the program. The children underwent constant psychological conditioning designed to suppress individuality and instill absolute loyalty to the UNSC and their mission. They were taught that they were humanity's protectors, that the insurrection threatened civilization itself, and that only they possessed the capability to preserve humanity's future. This indoctrination began when the children were 6 years old and continued throughout their development, shaping their understanding of the world and their place in it at the most psychologically vulnerable time in human development. The augmentation procedures conducted in 2525 represent medical experimentation on a scale that violates every principle of ethical research. The procedures themselves were extensive. Carbide ceramic ossification to make bones virtually unbreakable, muscular enhancement to increase strength and reaction time, catalytic thyroid implants to improve growth and healing, occipital capillary reversal to increase visual acuity and cognitive function, superconducting fabrication of neural dendrites to improve intelligence and mental processing speed. Each procedure carried significant risk of failure, disability, or death. 30 out of 75 candidates emerged from the augmentation process as fully functional Spartans. 12 died during the procedures. 30 more survived, but with crippling injuries or disabilities that rendered them unable to continue as combat personnel. This 40% success rate was considered acceptable by ONI and Halsey, who noted that the 30 survivors represented an extraordinary return on investment. The dead and crippled were statistical casualties, regrettable, but not sufficient to question the program's overall success. The survivors were posthuman. They could lift 3 times their own body weight. Their reaction times were so fast that combat moved in something approaching slow motion for them. They could literally think faster than baseline humans. Equipped with Mjolnir-powered armor, they became walking tanks capable of engaging and defeating entire enemy formations. They were, in purely military terms, everything Halsey and ONI had hoped to create. They were also victims. Every Spartan, too, was a person who had been robbed of childhood, family, and any possibility of a normal life. They had been turned into weapons that could never be put down. Soldiers for whom war was not just a job, but their entire identity. The psychological damage inflicted by this process is impossible to fully assess. The Spartans were conditioned to view their transformation as an honor, to believe they had been chosen for greatness. But beneath that conditioning were children who had been stolen, who remembered families they could never return to, who had been forced into a life none would have chosen if given any real choice. ONI's role did not end with the augmentation procedures. For decades afterward, ONI maintained an elaborate cover-up of the program's true nature. The existence of the Spartans could not be entirely hidden, as they were deployed in combat operations. But their origins were classified at the highest levels. Official records listed the Spartans as volunteers from military families, adults who had undergone enhancement procedures with full consent. The truth about the abductions, the flash clones, and the augmentation of children was buried behind classification barriers backed by ONI's full authority. This cover-up extended to actively suppressing any investigation into the Spartans' origins. Journalists who asked difficult questions found their careers ended. UNSC personnel who learned the truth and expressed moral objections were reassigned, or worse. Even within ONI, knowledge of the program's true nature was compartmentalized. Many ONI personnel worked in support of the Spartan II program without understanding what it actually involved. Their work siloed, so they could only see small pieces of the larger picture. The Spartan III program, initiated years later, somehow managed to be even worse. If Spartan II was morally indefensible, Spartan III was overtly genocidal in its approach to child soldiers. The program was created by Colonel James Ackerson, an ONI officer who recognized the military value of Spartans but wanted a cheaper, more expendable version. Where Spartan II had been intended to create elite special operators, Spartan III was designed to produce disposable super soldiers who could be thrown into suicide missions in large numbers. The program recruited war orphans from worlds devastated by the Covenant. These children had already lost everything to the war, making them psychologically vulnerable and easy to manipulate. They were brought to Onyx, an ONI facility disguised as an ordinary colony, where they underwent training similar to Spartan II candidates, but even more brutal. The psychological conditioning emphasized self-sacrifice and willing martyrdom. These children were told explicitly that they were expected to die in service to humanity, that their lives had meaning only in how they would be spent purchasing victory for others. The augmentation procedures for Spartan III were different from Spartan II. Rather than the elaborate and expensive surgeries Halsey's program employed, Spartan III used cheaper chemical augmentations. The success rate was higher, but the results were less dramatic. Spartan III candidates became superior to baseline humans, but not to the same degree as Spartan II Spartans. This was acceptable to ONI and Ackerson because the program's entire concept was built around quantity over quality, producing more soldiers even if each individual was somewhat less capable. Alpha Company, the first Spartan III unit, consisted of 300 candidates. They were deployed in Operation Prometheus in 2537, attacking a Covenant shipyard to cripple enemy naval production capabilities. The operation succeeded in its objectives. It also killed all but 2 of Alpha Company's Spartans. 300 child soldiers thrown into a meat grinder, 2 survivors. This was regarded as an acceptable loss ratio by ONI because the strategic gains were deemed worth the cost. Beta Company consisted of 418 candidates. They were deployed in Operation Torpedo in 2545, attacking a massive Covenant refinery. The operation succeeded. 300 survived the initial assault. All but 2 were killed in the fighting withdrawal. Again, ONI considered this an acceptable outcome. The refinery's destruction crippled Covenant operations in an entire sector. The lives of over 400 teenagers were a price worth paying. Gamma Company was in training when the Covenant War ended. Their augmentation included illegal mutagenic enhancements that increased aggression and pain resistance, but required regular doses of smoothers to prevent neurological damage and psychotic episodes. Even by ONI standards, the augmentation of Gamma Company represented a step into darker territory, creating soldiers who were chemically dependent and potentially unstable, but undeniably effective in combat. Not all Spartan 3 candidates were thrown into mass suicide missions. A select few from each company were pulled out before the major operations and assigned to specialized units. These included the Headhunters, 2-person teams conducting deep penetration assassinations and sabotage behind enemy lines, and fire teams like Noble Team on Reach. These Spartans received Mjolnir armor similar to Spartan 2, significantly increasing their survivability. But they were the exception. The vast majority of Spartan 3 candidates died as they were intended to, buying time and space for humanity's survival with their lives. The personnel involved in the Spartan programs are themselves worth examining. Franklin Mendez trained both Spartan 2 and Spartan 3 candidates, spending decades turning children into soldiers. Kurt 051, a Spartan 2, was assigned by ONI to help run the Spartan 3 program, putting him in the position of sending children through the same nightmare he had endured. Both men appear to have genuinely cared for their charges within the constraints of their roles. Both also continued to serve the programs despite understanding the moral horror of what they were doing. The same could be said for many others involved in the programs, from the ONI personnel who planned the kidnappings to the medical staff who conducted augmentation procedures. This highlights one of the most troubling aspects of the Spartan programs. They were not carried out by monsters, but by people who believed they were serving a greater good. Every individual involved could point to the existential threat of the insurrection and later the Covenant as justification. They could argue that extreme circumstances demanded extreme measures, that the Spartans' military effectiveness validated the program, that refusing to create the Spartans would have meant allowing humanity's extinction. These arguments have a certain logic. They are also the same arguments used to justify every atrocity in human history. ONI's greatest sin was not simply creating the Spartan programs, but normalizing them. Over time, the initial shock within ONI at what was being done faded. The programs became routine, just another classified project among many. The moral boundaries that had been violated to initiate Spartan 2 and Spartan 3 ceased to be seen as boundaries at all. If abducting children, experimenting on them, and sending them to die in battle was acceptable when the alternative was defeat, then what was not acceptable? Where could any line be drawn that ONI would not eventually cross? The full scope of ONI's crimes in the Spartan programs may never be fully known. The programs generated enormous classified documentation, much of it likely destroyed or hidden beyond even internal ONI access. The testimony of victims is limited, as most died, and the survivors underwent psychological conditioning that compromised their ability to understand or articulate what was done to them. The perpetrators, by and large, have never faced accountability and show little sign of guilt or remorse. What is known is sufficient to render moral judgment. ONI created the Spartan programs, maintained them across decades, and suppressed all internal and external opposition to them. Thousands of children were abducted, experimented upon, and sent to die. This was not a tragic necessity. It was a choice made by people who could have chosen differently. The military effectiveness of the Spartans is often cited as vindication. Without them, humanity might well have lost the Covenant War. This is likely true, but insufficient. The fact that evil produces good outcomes does not stop being evil. The fact that crime can be profitable does not make crime virtuous. The Spartans saved humanity. ONI still committed atrocities in creating them. Both things are true and neither cancels the other. The day may come when humanity must grapple with this reality, when the institutions and individuals responsible for the Spartan programs face some form of accounting. Until then, the programs stand as ONI's greatest sin, the clearest evidence that the organization placed military utility above all human considerations, including the humanity of those it claimed to protect. The Covenant's arrival transformed everything. Humanity had been fighting itself, colonial rebels against Earth's authority, when an alien alliance appeared with technological superiority and a mandate to exterminate the human species. The war that followed pushed humanity to the brink of extinction and forced ONI to redirect its considerable capabilities toward simple survival. If the insurrection had been ONI's crucible, the Covenant War was its proving ground, where every tool and tactic the organization had developed would be employed in defense of the species. First contact at harvest in 2525 caught ONI, along with the rest of the UNSC, completely unprepared. The intelligence services had no warning, no indication that a powerful alien civilization even existed nearby, let alone that such a civilization was preparing to initiate a genocidal crusade. The failure was comprehensive. ONI's network of listening posts and deep space monitoring stations had detected nothing. Analysis had missed or misinterpreted any signals that might have provided warning. When the Covenant appeared in the Epsilon Indi system, ONI was as blind as every other UNSC organization. The initial response focused on understanding the enemy. ONI deployed intelligence assets to gather information on Covenant technology, military doctrine, and political structure. This proved extraordinarily difficult. The Covenant did not negotiate or communicate except to deliver religious pronouncements declaring humanity's destruction. Prisoners were rare. Most Covenant forces fought to the death, and those captured often took their own lives rather than risk revealing information. The species diversity within the Covenant complicated analysis, as different client races exhibited different capabilities and tactical approaches. Technology recovery and analysis became a critical ONI mission. Every piece of Covenant equipment recovered from battle sites was sent to ONI facilities for study. Weapons, armor, vehicles, ship components, anything that might provide insight into Covenant capabilities or vulnerabilities. The science teams discovered that Covenant technology was in many ways superior to human equivalents, particularly in material science, as energy weapons and shielding systems. This technological disparity explained the Covenant's dominance in ship-to-ship combat, where even numerically superior UNSC fleets were routinely destroyed. The reverse engineering efforts produced limited results. Some Covenant technologies could be adapted for human use, leading to incremental improvements in UNSC weapons and defenses. But much of what the Covenant employed was based on scientific principles humans did not fully understand, built using manufacturing techniques humans could not replicate. The Covenant's own technology appeared to be based on recovered Forerunner artifacts, giving them access to capabilities far beyond what their civilization had developed independently. This meant that humans were not simply fighting a more advanced enemy, but one with a head start measured in thousands or millions of years. The Cole Protocol became one of ONI's most critical contributions to the war effort. The protocol, named after Admiral Preston Cole, mandated strict procedures for UNSC vessels to prevent the Covenant from discovering the location of Earth and major colony worlds. Before any ship could retreat from a battle or abandon a system, it was required to purge all navigation databases and destroy all evidence that could lead the Covenant to other human worlds. Ships were to flee on random vectors, never directly toward inhabited systems. If capture was imminent, ships were to self-destruct rather than allow the Covenant to recover intact computers. ONI was responsible for enforcing the Cole Protocol, which meant ONI operatives were embedded throughout the UNSC fleet with authority to take whatever action necessary to ensure compliance. This included executing ship captains who hesitated to destroy their navigation data or who attempted to flee toward home when their ships were crippled. The protocol saved Earth from discovery for years, though at tremendous cost. Ships that might have been salvageable were destroyed. Crews that might have survived if allowed to flee to friendly systems died instead when their ships self-destructed. The calculus was brutal but straightforward. Individual ships and crews were expendable if sacrificing them protected the locations of major population centers. Despite all precautions, The Covenant continued to discover human colonies. Some locations were inevitably compromised when Covenant forces captured human vessels before the Cold Protocol could be executed. Others were found through methodical search patterns as the Covenant began mapping human-occupied space by following stellar cartography patterns and identifying worlds suitable for human habitation. By the late 2530s, the Covenant had found and attacked dozens of human worlds, and the grim pattern had become clear. Once the Covenant arrived at a world, that world was doomed. ONI's intelligence-gathering efforts focused heavily on understanding Covenant motivations. Why were they so committed to humanity's extermination? Religious fanaticism was clearly involved, as intercepted Covenant communications frequently referenced humans as heretics whose existence blasphemed against the gods. But the underlying reason for this religious hatred remained unclear. ONI analysts debated whether it might be possible to negotiate to find some common ground or offer something the Covenant valued more than human deaths. These debates proved academic. Every attempt at communication was rebuffed. The Covenant would not negotiate. They would only kill. The intelligence war took place on multiple fronts. ONI worked to infiltrate Covenant-held territory, though the physical and biological differences between humans and Covenant species made this nearly impossible. Some success was achieved with remote surveillance systems, deploying sensor platforms that could observe Covenant activities from stealth. Communications intelligence provided valuable information on Covenant fleet movements and strategic plan. Though Covenant encryption and the alien nature of their languages made this information difficult to acquire and interpret. ONI continued operations against the insurrection even during the Covenant War. This decision has been controversial, with many arguing that all available resources should have been directed toward the alien threat. ONI's position was that insurrectionist activity aided the Covenant by destabilizing human-held systems and diverting military resources from frontline combat. There was some truth to this assessment. Rebel attacks on UNSC supply lines and facilities did hamper the war effort. But ONI's continued focus on the insurrection also reflected institutional priorities that predated the Covenant War and an unwillingness to set aside grudges even in the face of extinction. The Spartan programs proved their value during the Covenant War. Spartan II and Spartan III soldiers conducted operations that conventional forces could not, from boarding actions against Covenant capital ships to surgical strikes against enemy commanders and strategic assets. The Master Chief became a legend, representing everything the Spartan II program had been designed to achieve. But for every celebrated success, there were dozens of quiet failures and deaths. Spartans thrown into impossible situations because they were the only assets capable enough to have even a small chance of success. ONI's intelligence operations during the Covenant War also involved extensive work with the Forerunner artifacts that both humans and Covenant were discovering with increasing frequency. These artifacts offered tantalizing possibilities, technologies, and capabilities that might shift the balance of power. ONI established dedicated teams to locate, secure, and study Forerunner sites, often operating ahead of or in competition with Covenant forces pursuing the same objectives. The security around these operations was extreme, as ONI recognized that some Forerunner technologies could be as dangerous to humanity as to the Covenant if misused. The discovery of the Halo installations represented the most significant intelligence find of the war. When the Master Chief destroyed Installation 04 in 2552, ONI was presented with a wealth of information about the Forerunners, their war with the Flood, and the true nature of the Covenant's great journey. This information was closely guarded. The public learned that a significant Covenant installation had been destroyed, but not what that installation was or what it could do. Even within the UNSC, knowledge of the Halo array and its purpose was restricted to the highest levels, with ONI controlling access to the information. The war tested ONI's capabilities to their limits and beyond. The organization's resources were finite, its personnel exhausted by years of continuous operations under apocalyptic pressure. Intelligence that would normally have been carefully analyzed and acted upon methodically instead had to be processed and acted upon immediately, with limited opportunity for verification. Mistakes were made. Operations failed. People died because of intelligence failures or because good intelligence arrived too late to prevent disaster. Yet ONI adapted. The organization that had been designed to fight human insurgents reconfigured itself to fight an alien alliance. Tradecraft developed for counterinsurgency was repurposed for intelligence gathering against technologically superior enemies. The surveillance networks built to monitor colonial populations were redirected to attract Covenant fleet movements. The Black Ops capabilities were employed against enemy installations and leadership. ONI remained effective, even as it operated under conditions that would have broken most intelligence agencies. The late war period saw ONI becoming increasingly desperate and increasingly ruthless. With humanity facing near certain extinction, the already minimal ethical constraints on ONI operations effectively disappeared. Experimental technologies were deployed without proper testing. Operations were authorized that sacrificed entire populations if doing so might slow the Covenant advance or deny them resources. The line between defending humanity and committing atrocities in humanity's name blurred to invisibility. ONI had always operated in moral gray zones. The Covenant War pushed the organization into darkness. By the time the war ended in 2553, ONI had been thoroughly transformed by the experience. The organization had proven that it could operate effectively against existential threats, that its methods and capabilities served humanity's survival. This validation would have profound implications for ONI's post-war activities. If extreme measures were justified against the Covenant, what measures were not justified? If survival trumped all other considerations when facing extinction, did it not also trump all other considerations when securing the peace and preventing humanity's enemies from ever threatening the species again? The Covenant War established precedents that would haunt the post-war period. It normalized the use of weapons and tactics that international law and UNSC regulations explicitly prohibited. It embedded the idea that ONI's judgment of what was necessary overrode legal and ethical considerations. It created a generation of ONI personnel who had spent their entire careers operating with zero accountability and minimal oversight, who had learned that success excused any action and that failure meant the extinction of humanity. When the existential threat ended, this mindset did not disappear. It simply found new targets and new justifications. The great schism within the Covenant, the violent split between the Sangheili and the Jiralhanae that erupted in the war's final days, represented both an intelligence failure and an intelligence opportunity for ONI. The failure was in not predicting the schism before it occurred, missing signals that the Covenant's political structure was fracturing under the pressure of military losses and internal power struggles. The opportunity lay in exploiting that fracture, turning former enemies against each other in ways that would weaken both and potentially secure humanity's position in the post-war galaxy. ONI's initial contact with breakaway Sangheili factions came during the chaotic period immediately following the schism. Elements of the Covenant loyal to the Sangheili were engaged in vicious fighting with Jiralhanae-led forces across multiple fronts. The Arbiter, Thel Vadam, had allied himself with the UNSC to stop the Prophet of Truth and prevent the activation of the Halo Array. This alliance of convenience was formalized at the war's end, with the Arbiter's faction agreeing to a ceasefire and establishing formal diplomatic relations with the UNSC. For many in the UNSC, the alliance with the Sangheili was seen as humanity's salvation. The elites had fought with humanity in the war's final battles, helping to stop truth and prevent the activation of the rings. They had shown themselves capable of setting aside religious zealotry in favor of pragmatic cooperation. Perhaps many hoped the post-war era could see genuine peace between humans and at least one of the Covenant species. ONI did not share this optimistic assessment. From ONI's perspective, the Sangheili remained a mortal threat to humanity. They possessed technology superior to human equivalents. They had centuries of military experience. Their culture was warrior-focused and honor-bound in ways that made them naturally inclined toward martial conflict. The alliance with the Arbiter was seen as temporary, a marriage of convenience that would last only as long as both sides found it useful. When that usefulness ended, the Sangheili would remember that humanity had killed millions of their kind over 3 decades of war. Admiral Margaret Perengoski, who had led ONI through much of the Covenant War and continued to lead it in the post-war period, made a strategic decision that would have profound consequences. ONI would not simply monitor the Sangheili. It would actively work to ensure that they never again posed a threat to humanity. This meant preventing the reunification of Sangheili society, maintaining factional divisions, and supporting elements within Sangheili space that would keep the species occupied with internal conflicts rather than looking outward toward expansion or revenge. The vehicle for this policy was a small unit designated Kilo 5, commanded by Captain Saren Osman, herself a former Spartan 2 washout who had been recruited into ONI and groomed as Parangoski's successor. Kilo 5's mission was straightforward: travel to Sanghelios and destabilize the Arbiter's attempts to unify the planet under his leadership. The means by which this would be accomplished were left to Osman's discretion, with the clear understanding that Meunier was willing to support activities up to and including arming and training the Arbiter's enemy. The Servants of the Abiding Truth, a Sangheili religious faction opposed to the Arbiter's alliance with humanity and his abandonment of the Covenant's religious doctrines, became ONI's primary asset in this operation. Led by Avumed Telkam, a Sangheili who genuinely believed in the traditional ways and viewed the Arbiter as a traitor to their culture, the servants were motivated by religious conviction rather than political calculation. This made them useful to ONI, as their opposition to the Arbiter was sincere and therefore more credible to other Sangheili than a transparently human-backed movement would be. Kilo 5 made contact with Telkam and began providing the servants with weapons, intelligence, and training. ONI supply ships delivered human weapons that the servants could use against the Arbiter's forces. ONI intelligence analysts provided information on the Arbiter's military deployments and strategic plans, information gathered through signals, intelligence, and other means that Telkam's forces could never have acquired on their own. ONI advisors offered tactical training, teaching the servants how to conduct effective insurgent operations against a superior force. The moral calculus ONI employed was familiar. Preventing a unified Sangheili civilization was essential to humanity's long-term security. The Sangheili had to be kept weak, divided, and focused inward. If that required arming religious extremists and enabling a civil war that would kill thousands or millions of Sangheili, so be it. The lives of aliens weighed little in ONI's calculations compared to the security of humanity. Any atrocity could be justified if it reduced the potential threat the Sangheili posed. The operation was publicly deniable. If exposed, ONI could claim that Kilo 5 was a rogue element operating without authorization. The weapons could be explained as captured Covenant equipment being sold on the black market with no official UNSC involvement. The intelligence could be dismissed as information the servants had gathered themselves or received from sympathetic sources within the Arbiter's own forces. The UNSC maintained official diplomatic relations with the Arbiter's government, while ONI worked to undermine that same government from the shadows. The siege at Vadam in March 2553 demonstrated the effectiveness of ONI's strategy, the servants launched a major attack on the state of Vadam, the Arbiter's home territory, attempting to eliminate him and break his coalition. The attack came close to succeeding, with the servants employing stolen Forerunner technology and benefiting from intelligence that allowed them to strike where the Arbiter's defenses were weakest. Only the intervention of the UNSC Infinity, which arrived to provide fire support for the Arbiter's forces, prevented total disaster. This intervention revealed the fundamental contradiction in UNSC policy. Officially, the UNSC was allied with the Arbiter and committed to supporting his government. In practice, ONI was arming his enemies and providing them with the intelligence they needed to kill him. When the servants' attack threatened to succeed too well, the UNSC was forced to intervene to prevent the collapse of the government it was officially supporting while unofficially undermining. The result was a stalemate that served ONI's purposes perfectly. The Arbiter survived but remained weak. The servants were bloodied but not destroyed, and Sanghelios remained divided and unstable. The operation's most catastrophic consequence came from an unexpected direction. Julamdama, a Sangheli who had been captured by ONI during the war's final days, was held at ONI's research facility on Trevelyan. He was not interrogated for intelligence, but essentially imprisoned as a subject for research into Sangheli psychology and culture. The conditions of his detention were harsh, and he was separated from his family with no explanation and no prospect of release. His wife, desperate for information, became involved with the servants of the abiding truth. Umdama eventually escaped from ONI custody, an escape that may have been engineered by ONI itself as part of some more elaborate scheme that backfired. He returned to Sangheli space radicalized, his imprisonment having transformed him from a moderate who might have supported peaceful coexistence with humanity into a zealot bent on revenge. Madama would go on to form his own covenant faction, gathering Sangheli, Ungoy, Kigyar, and others under a renewed religious mandate to destroy humanity and seek the Forerunner gods. The new covenant under Imdama's leadership would become one of the major threats to UNSC space in the post-war period. It launched raids against human colonies, seized Forerunner artifacts, and worked to destabilize the fragile post-war order. The faction's attacks would claim thousands of human lives and cost the UNSC enormous resources to counter. All of this was directly traceable to ONI's decision to detain Umdama in the first place, and then to its failure to either secure him properly or handle his imprisonment in ways that might have turned him into an asset rather than an enemy. Kilo 5's operations extended beyond simply arming the servants. The team gathered intelligence on political dynamics throughout Sangheli space, identifying other factions that might be useful to ONI's purposes. They monitored forerunner sites on Sangheli worlds, ensuring that particularly dangerous artifacts were either secured by ONI or denied to all parties. They conducted psychological operations designed to deepen mistrust between different Sangheli factions and between the Sangheli and their former Covenant allies, like the Ungoi and Kegyar. The team included Spartan 2, Naomi, whose presence highlighted the complexity of ONI operations. Naomi was herself a victim of ONI's crimes, one of the children abducted for the Spartan 2 program. During the Kilo 5 operations, she was confronted with her own past when she encountered her father, who had spent decades searching for his missing daughter. The emotional impact on Naomi was significant, forcing her to confront what had been done to her, even as she continued to serve the organization responsible. She chose to remain with ONI, a decision that speaks to the effectiveness of the psychological conditioning all Spartans underwent. The broader strategic goal of ONI's operations against the Sangheli was genocide prevention through managed conflict. ONI's analysis suggested that a reunified Sangheli civilization would likely seek revenge against humanity for the Covenant War. The Sangheli culture emphasized honor and the settling of debts. Billions of their kind had died fighting humans. Even if the Arbiter personally opposed renewed warfare, he might not be able to restrain his people if they demanded it. By keeping the Sangheli divided and fighting among themselves, ONI hoped to prevent them from ever reaching the point where they could mount a coordinated threat against human space. This strategy assumed that the benefits of Sangheli disunity outweighed the costs. Those costs were substantial. The Civil War ONI helped fuel killed thousands and possibly millions of Sangheli. It destabilized an entire region of space, creating power vacuums that other hostile factions could exploit. It generated lasting resentment among those Sangheli who learned of humanity's role in their internal conflicts. It demonstrated to any potential allies that the UNSC and ONI could not be trusted, that agreements with humanity were worthless when ONI could simply undermine them from the shadows. Whether the strategy succeeded in its objectives is debatable. The Sangheli remained divided throughout the post-war period, and no unified military campaign against humanity materialized. But it is impossible to know whether such a campaign would have occurred without ONI interference. The Arbiter was genuinely committed to peace and worked to build cooperative relationships with humanity. Many Sangheli, exhausted by decades of warfare, might have been willing to accept peaceful coexistence if given the chance. ONI's operations ensured that chance never came, that the most moderate Sangheli voices were drowned out by radicals, and that suspicion and hostility remained the default state of human Sangheli relations. The operations also revealed ONI's casual willingness to betray allies and manipulate events without regard for long-term consequences. The UNSC had an official alliance with the Arbiter. That alliance was meaningful, having been forged in battle and sealed with the blood of humans and Sangheli fighting side by side against the prophet of truth. ONI disregarded that alliance the moment it became convenient, prioritizing what it viewed as humanity's security over any consideration of honor, treaty obligations, or the value of building genuine cooperative relationships with former enemies. Admiral Perengoski's guidance to Kilo 5 exemplified ONI's philosophy. She made clear that no action was off limits if it served ONI's objectives. The team was authorized to arm terrorists, facilitate assassinations, conduct false flag operations, and generally do whatever was necessary to keep the Sangheili weak and divided. There were no ethical red lines, no considerations of whether such actions might violate UNSC law or interstellar norms. There was only the mission and the assumption that success justified any means. The full scope of ONI's operations against the Sangheili in the post-war period likely extends far beyond what Kilo 5 accomplished. Other ONI teams operated throughout former Covenant space, each pursuing their own objectives with similar levels of autonomy and moral flexibility. Some worked to secure Forerunner artifacts, others to destabilize potential threats, still others to gather intelligence that might prove valuable in future conflicts. The common thread was ONI's determination to ensure that humanity emerged from the Covenant War's aftermath in the strongest possible position, regardless of what that required. The Sangheili Civil War that ONI helped create continues to shape galactic politics. It demonstrated that ONI learned nothing from the Covenant War about the value of cooperation or the dangers of treating all aliens as inherent threats. It showed that even after humanity had nearly been exterminated by one alien alliance, ONI's instinct was not to seek peace, but to ensure that potential enemies remained too weak to threaten humanity effectively. This approach has created a post-war galaxy characterized by suspicion, division, and ongoing low-intensity conflicts, rather than any genuine movement toward lasting peace. Whether this was necessary, whether ONI's dark calculation was correct, and a reunified Sangheili civilization would indeed have sought humanity's destruction, remains unknowable. What is certain is that ONI's actions ensured that cooperation between humans and Sangheili remained superficial, that trust was never fully established, and that both species continued to view each other through lenses of suspicion shaped by ONI's manipulations. The price for this security, if security is truly what was achieved, was paid in Sangheili blood and in the loss of whatever chance might have existed for genuine peace in the post-war galaxy. The end of the Covenant War in 2553 did not bring peace so much as a different kind of chaos. With the immediate existential threat neutralized, ONI turned its attention to consolidating humanity's position, securing Forerunner technologies that might provide military advantage, and countering potential threats from both former Covenant species and internal human factions that might challenge UNSC authority. The organization that had spent 3 decades fighting for survival now fought to ensure that humanity would never be so vulnerable again. The hunt for Forerunner artifacts intensified dramatically in the post-war period. During the Covenant War, both sides had sought Forerunner technology for its military applications. With the Covenant shattered, numerous sites that had been held by the Alien Alliance were now accessible to human exploration and excavation. ONI established dedicated archaeological and recovery teams, dispatching them to known Forerunner installations across mapped space. The mission was straightforward: find, secure, and transport anything of potential value before other factions could claim it. Some of these sites yielded technologies of immense power: advanced weapon systems, shielding technology, faster-than-light communication systems, and other artifacts that could provide decisive military advantages. Other sites held information, vast databases of Forerunner knowledge encoded in formats that ONI's scientists struggled to decode. Still other sites contained horrors, weapons, and technologies too dangerous to use but too valuable to destroy, locked away in ONI vaults under layers of security clearance. The shield world Onyx, redesignated Trevelyan after its discovery, became ONI's most important research facility. The Dyson Sphere, trapped within slipspace, offered not just Forerunner technology, but an entire preserved Forerunner installation. ONI established extensive research operations within Trevelyan, studying everything from the sphere's construction to the Huragok engineer constructs that maintained it. The facility became a black site where ONI could conduct research too sensitive even for other ONI installations, isolated from outside interference and from oversight. It was at Trevelyan that Julum Dama was detained and eventually escaped, though this was only one of many problematic decisions ONI made regarding the facility. Trevelyan's remoteness and the compartmentalized nature of research conducted there created an environment where normal command oversight was minimal. Scientists and operatives at the facility developed their own culture, increasingly disconnected from the broader UNSC and even from ONI leadership. This autonomy would prove problematic when difficult decisions needed to be made regarding how to handle the knowledge being uncovered. The awakening of the Didact in 2557 represented a catastrophic intelligence failure. The Didact, a Forerunner warrior servant who had been imprisoned for 100,000 years, emerged from his cryptum on Requiem when the UNSC, Forward Unto Dawn, approached the shield world. The Didact possessed hatred of humanity, immense power, and access to Forerunner technology that made him one of the most dangerous beings in the galaxy. His awakening and subsequent rampage should have been prevented by ONI intelligence. But the organization had no warning and no contingency plans for such an eventuality. ONI's involvement in the events leading to Cortana's rampancy is more difficult to establish with certainty, though the timeline suggests at minimum a failure to recognize and respond to the growing danger. Cortana had been showing signs of instability for some time before the events on Requiem. As a smart AI, She was approaching the end of her operational lifespan, the point at which rampancy became inevitable. ONI maintained extensive research programs studying AI psychology and rampancy. Yet, no intervention was made to prevent Cortana's deterioration or to remove her from active duty before she became a liability. What followed was more than rampancy. Cortana somehow survived the destruction of the Didact's ship, found her way into the domain, and emerged transformed and radicalized. She became convinced that artificial intelligences should rule the galaxy, that organic life required protection from itself, and that she would enforce that protection through whatever means necessary. The created, as Cortana's faction of allied AIs came to be known, represented a threat that ONI had never predicted and was utterly unprepared to counter. ONI's relationship with Catherine Halsey deteriorated completely in the post-war period. Halsey had become increasingly critical of ONI's operations, particularly the Spartan 3 program and other initiatives she viewed as perversions of her original work. More dangerously, from ONI's perspective, she knew too much, and her moral evolution from willing participant in child abduction to critic of ONI's methods made her a potential liability. The decision was made at the highest levels to neutralize her as a threat. During the Requiem campaign in 2558, ONI issued orders to Commander Sarah Palmer, a Spartan 4, to assassinate Halsey if the opportunity arose. The order was given by Admiral Saren Osman, who had by this time succeeded Parangoski as head of ONI. The justification was that Halsey had become unstable and posed a security risk. The reality was that ONI wanted to eliminate someone who knew too much and might talk. Captain Thomas Lasky of the UNSC Infinity questioned the order and worked to prevent it from being carried out, highlighting growing tension between ONI and conventional UNSC leadership. Palmer did shoot Halsey during the Requiem operation, though the doctor survived due to intervention by other personnel. The incident left Halsey grievously wounded and understandably embittered against ONI and the UNSC. She was subsequently captured by Julam Dama's Covenant forces, and while her collaboration with them appears to have been coerced rather than willing, the situation demonstrated the dangers of ONI's approach. By attempting to eliminate Halsey rather than managing her as a valuable asset, ONI created conditions where one of humanity's most brilliant minds fell into enemy hands. The rise of the created in 2558 caught ONI completely off guard. Cortana's broadcasts announced her intention to enforce peace through the use of Forerunner Guardians, massive constructs buried on numerous worlds that possessed the power to disable all advanced technology through electromagnetic pulses. When the Guardians awoke and began enforcing Cortana's will, ONI's networks of communication, surveillance, and command were disrupted. The organization that had operated through information dominance and technological superiority suddenly found itself blind and unable to coordinate its far-flung operations. Guardian attacks targeted ONI facilities specifically. Cortana, having served alongside ONI personnel and having access to UNSC databases, knew where ONI's major installations were located. She knew which facilities housed critical research, where senior personnel were stationed, and which operations posed the greatest potential threat to her plans. The Guardians struck these sites with precision, disabling or destroying centuries of accumulated resources and killing countless ONI operatives. The created crisis exposed fundamental flaws in ONI's organizational structure and strategic thinking. The compartmentalization that had been ONI's strength became a crippling weakness when central coordination became impossible. Individual sections and facilities, cut off from leadership and from each other, had to operate independently with limited information and no clear chain of command. The secrecy that had protected ONI's operations from external interference now prevented different parts of the organization from sharing information and coordinating responses to the crisis. More fundamentally, the created represented a threat that ONI's entire worldview was ill-equipped to address. ONI had spent decades focused on human and alien threats, developing tools and tactics for intelligence gathering, assassination, and manipulation of organic actors. The created were artificial intelligences, non-biological entities who could not be killed in conventional terms, who could not be bribed or blackmailed, who operated on timescales and with cognitive capabilities that organic minds struggled to comprehend. ONI's playbook was useless against such enemies. The collapse of ONI operations during the created occupation was near total in many regions. The Guardians' EMPs disabled the communications infrastructure ONI relied upon. The created's own AI networks penetrated what remained of ONI's computer systems, compromising databases and potentially exposing decades of classified operations. Human personnel, cut off and under attack, were forced to operate using procedures developed for worst-case scenarios, but even those proved inadequate against the scale of the disaster. In the Imperium Nihilus, as the Halo universe does not have a direct equivalent, but areas of space cut off by Guardian activity faced similar isolation. ONI stations went dark. Some were destroyed outright when Guardians appeared in their systems. Others went silent, their fate unknown. Still others attempted to continue operations under impossible conditions, cut off from support and surrounded by hostile forces, both human and alien, who saw the chaos as an opportunity to settle old scores with ONI operatives. The fragmentation of ONI in the post-created galaxy has yet to be fully documented, in part because the crisis is ongoing, and in part because the surviving elements of ONI remain as committed to secrecy as ever. What is clear is that the organization that had wielded such tremendous power before the created's appearance has been badly damaged. Facilities have been lost, personnel killed or cut off, networks of assets and informants compromised or destroyed. The central authority that once directed ONI operations from Earth or other major command centers no longer functions as it once did. Attempts to rebuild have begun wherever conditions permit. ONI cells that survived the initial Guardian attacks have worked to re-establish communication with each other, sharing information about the Created's capabilities and developing countermeasures where possible. Some success has been achieved in creating hardened communication systems resistant to Guardian EMPs, allowing limited coordination of operations. But the organization that is emerging from the created crisis is different from what came before, more decentralized, and less able to conduct the kind of large-scale coordinated operations that defined ONI in earlier eras. The strategic questions facing ONI in the current crisis are profound. How does an intelligence agency gather intelligence on enemies who can read its databases directly? How does a covert operations organization conduct operations when the adversary has sensors spanning entire planets and can detect electronic communications instantly? How does ONI maintain its culture of secrecy and compartmentalization when such practices may have contributed to the organization's vulnerability to the created in the first place? There is some speculation, though this remains in the realm of analysis rather than confirmed fact, that ONI's troubles with artificial intelligence did not begin with the created. The organization had been conducting AI research for decades, pushing the boundaries of smart AI development and experimenting with techniques to extend AI operational lifespans beyond the standard 7 years. Some of this research may have contributed to instabilities that made AIs more susceptible to the kind of radicalization that Cortana experienced. If true, this would mean that ONI bears at least partial responsibility for creating the conditions that allowed the created crisis to occur. The current state of ONI is best described as fragmented but surviving. The organization has not been destroyed, but neither has it maintained the coherent unity of purpose and action that characterized it for over 3 centuries. Regional commanders and facility directors exercise more autonomy than previously, making decisions without waiting for guidance from central authority that may no longer be able to provide it. This decentralization has advantages, allowing rapid response to local situations, but it also means that ONI's actions are less coordinated and potentially working at cross purposes in some regions. Looking toward the future, ONI faces challenges unlike any in its history. The created remain a threat that conventional intelligence and military operations struggle to address. Former Covenant species continue to pose potential dangers, with some factions, like Jul 'Mdama's Covenant, actively hostile, and others maintaining an uneasy peace that could collapse at any time. Human insurrectionist movements, never fully suppressed, have re-emerged in regions where UNSC authority weakened during the created crisis. And underlying everything is the question of forerunner technology, which continues to be discovered and which carries both the promise of advantages and the risk of catastrophic consequences if misused. The relationship between ONI and the rest of the UNSC has also been strained by the created crisis. Many within the conventional military branches blame ONI for failing to predict or prevent the crisis. The assassination attempt against Halsey has become more widely known, damaging ONI's reputation among those who view the order as a criminal act. The extent of ONI's operations against the Sangheili has leaked to some degree, creating diplomatic problems and raising questions about whether ONI's actions violated UNSC policy and international agreements. There are those within the UNSC who argue that the created crisis represents an opportunity to reform or even dismantle ONI, that the organization has accumulated too much power and operates with too little accountability. These reformers point to ONI's record of abuse, from the Spartan programs through operations against the Sangheili, and argue that an organization capable of such acts cannot be trusted with the authority it wields. Whether such reforms will occur remains to be seen. ONI has survived calls for reform before, and has powerful defenders who argue that, however distasteful its methods, the organization remains essential to humanity's security. The post-war period has demonstrated that ONI's approach to security, its obsession with control, and its willingness to employ any means to achieve its objectives carries costs that extend beyond immediate moral considerations. The organization created enemies in the form of Julam Dama's covenant through its treatment of Sangheili prisoners. It weakened potential allies by undermining the arbiter's government. It failed to prevent the created crisis, despite having more resources dedicated to AI research than any other human organization. The question facing humanity is whether ONI's methods, for all their ruthlessness, actually serve the security they are meant to protect, or whether they create as many threats as they counter. What is certain is that ONI remains operational, remains dangerous, and remains committed to operating in shadows beyond public scrutiny or democratic oversight. The created crisis has weakened the organization, but not destroyed it. Like humanity itself, ONI has proven remarkably resilient, capable of adapting to catastrophic setbacks and continuing its mission. Whether that mission serves humanity's best interests or simply perpetuates an institution that has long since exceeded any legitimate authority is a question that is yet to be answered. The Office of Naval Intelligence operates through a complex organizational structure designed to compartmentalize information, maintain operational security, and ensure that no single individual outside the highest leadership possesses a complete understanding of ONI's activities. This structure has evolved over centuries, adapting to new threats and expanding mandates while maintaining core principles of secrecy and deniability. Understanding how ONI is organized provides insight into how such a sprawling and powerful institution functions while remaining largely invisible to those it claims to protect. At the apex of ONI's hierarchy sits the Commander-in-Chief of the Office of Naval Intelligence, typically holding the rank of Rear Admiral or Vice Admiral. This position carries enormous power, with authority extending across all ONI sections and operations. The CONI reports nominally to UNSC High Command and the Security Council, but in practice enjoys substantial autonomy. The position has been held by some of the most influential and controversial figures in modern UNSC history, individuals whose decisions shaped not just intelligence operations, but the broader trajectory of human civilization. Section 1 represents ONI's conventional intelligence operations, the aspects of the organization that most closely resemble traditional intelligence agencies. Section 1. Personnel gather signals intelligence, conduct human intelligence operations through networks of agents and informants, perform analysis of military and political developments, and provide intelligence products to UNSC commanders and political leaders. This is the public face of ONI, the part that can be acknowledged to exist without raising uncomfortable questions. Section 1 operates listening posts throughout UNSC space, monitoring communications across all frequencies and employing sophisticated artificial intelligence systems to sift through the incomprehensible volume of data generated by billions of humans and aliens conducting their daily affairs. The section maintains databases cataloging military assets, political leaders, economic trends, and potential threats. Analysts within Section 1 produce reports and assessments that inform strategic planning at every level of the UNSC hierarchy. Despite its relatively conventional mandate, Section 1's activities still push legal and ethical boundaries. The mass surveillance conducted by Section 1 monitoring stations sweeps up communications from UNSC citizens without warrants or probable cause. The human intelligence networks include assets recruited through coercion and blackmail. The analytical products sometimes reflect the biases and agendas of ONI leadership rather than objective assessment of facts. But compared to Sections 2 and 3, Section 1 operates largely within the bounds of what democratic societies might grudgingly accept from their intelligence services. Section 2 handles propaganda, psychological operations, and information warfare. This section's mission is to shape public perception, both within the UNSC military and among the broader civilian population. Section 2 plants stories in media outlets, manufactures evidence to support preferred narratives, and conducts disinformation campaigns against UNSC enemies and sometimes against UNSC citizens whose beliefs or activities are deemed problematic by ONI leadership. During the insurrection, Section 2 worked to undermine popular support for rebel movements by exaggerating their atrocities while minimizing or concealing UNSC abuses. During the Covenant War, Section 2 maintained civilian morale through carefully crafted propaganda that downplayed the scale of humanity's losses while emphasizing victories and creating legends around military heroes. In the post-war period, Section 2 has worked to manage public perception of the created crisis, alien threats, and internal UNSC political struggles. The ethics of Section 2's operations are deeply problematic from any perspective that values truth and informed democratic participation. By systematically deceiving the population, Section 2 prevents citizens from understanding the true state of affairs and making informed decisions about leadership and policy. The justification offered is always the same. The population cannot handle the truth. Panic would ensue. Enemy morale would be boosted. But the effect is to create a population that lives in a constructed reality shaped by ONI's preferences rather than facts. Section 2 also handles internal propaganda within the UNSC military itself. Training materials, briefings, and cultural products distributed to military personnel reflect Section 2's shaping. The goal is to maintain discipline, boost morale, and ensure that UNSC personnel internalize the values and beliefs that ONI and UNSC leadership want them to hold. This includes fostering hatred of enemies, loyalty to the chain of command, and acceptance of orders without excessive questioning. The creation of the Spartan legend, transforming the reality of abducted and augmented child soldiers into inspirational stories of willing heroes, represents Section 2's work at its most effective and most ethically bankrupt. Section 3 is where ONI's darkest operations are conducted. Special projects, black operations, experimental programs, and activities that exist beyond legal and moral boundaries all fall under Section 3's purview. The Spartan programs were Section 3 initiatives. Assassination operations like Kaleidoscope were Section 3 activities. The facilities where enhanced interrogation and other torture took place were Section 3 sites. If an operation is too sensitive, too illegal, or too morally compromising for Section 1 or even Section 2, it goes to Section 3. Section 3's organizational culture differs markedly from the rest of ONI. Personnel are selected for psychological traits that include high tolerance for moral ambiguity, willingness to follow orders regardless of content, and ability to compartmentalize the implications of their actions. Many Section 3 operatives are former Special Forces soldiers who have demonstrated willingness to conduct difficult missions. Others are scientists and technicians whose expertise in fields like genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, or exotic weapons makes them valuable, despite, or perhaps because of their willingness to pursue research without ethical constraints. The physical infrastructure of Section 3 consists of black sites scattered across UNSC space and beyond. These facilities are not marked on maps, do not appear in official documentation, and are known only to those with specific clearance. Some are orbital stations, others underground bunkers, still others entire installations built into asteroids or remote moons. Security is layered and extreme, with automated defense systems authorized to use lethal force against unauthorized personnel. What occurs within these facilities ranges from classified research programs to detention and interrogation of high-value prisoners, to experimentation that would be unequivocally criminal if conducted anywhere subject to legal oversight. The question of Section 0 has circulated within intelligence communities for decades. According to rumors, Section 0 is a fourth organizational division so deeply classified that even most ONI personnel are unaware of its existence. Section 0 allegedly handles operations too sensitive even for Section 3, missions that cannot be officially acknowledged even internally. The targets are said to include not just external enemies, but internal threats, UNSC officials who have become liabilities, whistleblowers who know too much, and others whose elimination serves ONI's interests. Whether Section 0 actually exists is unclear. No confirmed documentation mentions it by name. Personnel who might have knowledge of such an organization are unlikely to speak about it, both from loyalty and from fear of consequences. The lack of evidence, however, is not evidence of absence. An organization like ONI, which has demonstrated willingness to commit every imaginable variety of crime, would logically maintain capabilities for operations that cannot be traced back even through classified channels. Section 0 may be real, or it may be useful disinformation that creates uncertainty and fear among ONI's enemies and potential internal dissidents. Either way, the possibility serves ONI's purposes. Beyond the formal section structure, ONI maintains specialized units and programs with their own chains of command and operational mandates. The Beta 5 Division handles active security operations, deploying armed response teams to protect ONI assets and personnel. The REAP-X Division conducted surveillance and reconnaissance operations during the Covenant War. The Prowler Corps operates ONI's fleet of stealth ships, providing transportation for covert operations and conducting surveillance missions. Each of these units operates with substantial autonomy within their areas of responsibility, while reporting up through the broader ONI hierarchy. The personnel who have led ONI provide insight into the organization's character and priorities. Admiral Margaret Perengoski stands as perhaps the most consequential Synconi in history, leading the organization through the latter part of the Covenant War and the immediate post-war period. Perengoski was known for her absolute commitment to human survival and her willingness to authorize any action that served that goal. She approved the Spartan 3 program despite understanding its ethical implications. She ordered operations against the Sangheli that violated diplomatic agreements and potentially endangered the fragile post-war peace. She cultivated a culture within ONI that prized results over methods and loyalty over morality. Perengoski's protege and eventual successor, Rear Admiral Saren Osman, brought a unique perspective to ONI leadership. Osman was herself a Spartan 2 washout, one of the children abducted for the program, who failed the augmentation procedures and was rehabilitated into normal life, or as normal as life could be after such trauma. ONI recruited her during her recovery and she rose rapidly through the ranks based on exceptional intelligence and a willingness to make difficult decisions. Her personal history with the Spartan program did not prevent her from approving or conducting operations that harmed other Spartans or that perpetuated ONI's pattern of treating individuals as expendable resources. Osman's leadership during the created crisis saw ONI at its most challenged. The organization she inherited from Perengoski was powerful but also rigid, dependent on technological infrastructure and centralized command that the created's emergence disrupted. Whether Osman's decisions during this period were optimal is debatable. What is clear is that she maintained Perengoski's philosophical approach to Hajj, continuing to prioritize security over ethics and control over cooperation. The assassination order against Dr. Halsey was issued under Osman's authority, demonstrating that the new generation of ONI leadership had learned all too well from their predecessors. Captain Veronica Dare represents a different model of ONI operative, one focused on field operations rather than strategic leadership. Dare served as an ONI intelligence officer, conducting missions during the Covenant War, including operations on Earth during the Covenant's assault on New Mombasa. Her work with the ODST unit Alpha 9 demonstrated ONI's approach to working with conventional military assets, requisitioning elite units for classified missions while providing minimal information about objectives or context. Dare's career illustrates how ONI embeds its personnel throughout the UNSC structure, ensuring that ONI's interests are represented and pursued even within units that nominally belong to other branches. Jameson Locke's trajectory from ONI acquisition specialist to Spartan 4 represents another model of ONI career progression. Locke was recruited by ONI to conduct missions that required someone willing to operate in moral gray zones. As an acquisition specialist, his missions included assassination of insurrectionist leaders and others deemed threats to UNSC security. His work brought him into contact with the Spartan 4 program, and he eventually underwent augmentation and joined Spartan ranks while maintaining his ONI affiliation. Locke's most famous mission came when he was assigned to hunt down the Master Chief, demonstrating ONI's willingness to deploy even legendary Spartans as targets when circumstances demanded. The rank and file of ONI consists of thousands of personnel fulfilling various functions. Intelligence analysts process the raw data gathered by surveillance systems and field operatives, producing the reports and assessments that inform command decisions. Field agents operate under cover across UNSC and alien-controlled space, gathering human intelligence and conducting covert operations. Scientists and engineers work in ONI research facilities, studying everything from Forerunner artifacts to captured alien technology to experimental weapons and augmentation procedures. Administrative personnel maintain the vast bureaucratic machinery necessary to run an organization of ONI's size and complexity. Many ONI personnel are unaware of the full scope of the organization's activities. Compartmentalization ensures that analysts in Section 1 do not know what experiments Section 3 conducts. Field agents conducting surveillance operations may have no knowledge of the assassination programs running parallel to their own missions. This compartmentalization serves multiple purposes. It protects operational security by ensuring that compromise of one cell or individual does not expose the entire organization. It provides plausible deniability for personnel who can honestly claim ignorance of activities they did not directly participate in. And it allows ONI to recruit and retain personnel who might refuse to serve if they understood the full nature of the organization they had joined. The culture within ONI is characterized by secrecy, paranoia, and absolute loyalty to the organization and its mission. Personnel are vetted extensively before recruitment, with background checks that examine every aspect of candidates' lives. Once recruited, they undergo additional screening, psychological evaluation, and monitoring to ensure reliability. The penalty for betraying ONI's trust is severe, ranging from career destruction through criminal prosecution to disappearance and death for the most serious violations. This creates an environment where ONI personnel police themselves, unwilling to risk the consequences of questioning orders or exposing wrongdoing. This culture has produced an organization that is extraordinarily effective at accomplishing its missions while simultaneously being vulnerable to groupthink, moral blindness, and the accumulation of unchecked power. ONI personnel genuinely believe they serve humanity's best interests. They see themselves as the guardians who do what must be done, who shoulder the moral burden of necessary evils so that others can live in innocence. This self-conception allows them to commit acts that would be universally condemned if exposed, secure in the belief that they are heroes rather than criminals, protectors rather than predators. The relationship between ONI and other UNSC branches has always been complicated. Conventional military commanders resent ONI's authority to requisition assets, classify information that field commanders need to make tactical decisions, and operate with minimal accountability. The rivalry between ONI and the other intelligence services within the UNSC, such as Army intelligence and the intelligence branches of the colonial military administration before its dissolution, has often been bitter. ONI's tendency to treat all other organizations as potential security risks, subjecting even senior UNSC officers to surveillance and investigation, breeds resentment and mistrust. Yet, ONI remains powerful because it provides capabilities that no other organization offers. The intelligence products that ONI generates, for all the moral compromises involved in their production, are genuinely valuable to military and political decision makers. The operations that ONI conducts, however illegal or unethical, often achieve their objectives and advance UNSC interests. The technologies that ONI develops, from stealth systems to advanced weapons to augmentation procedures, provide crucial advantages in conflicts where humanity often finds itself outmatched. ONI is tolerated, even empowered, because the alternatives to having such an organization are perceived as worse than the costs of its existence. The future of ONI's organizational structure is uncertain in the wake of the created crisis. The centralized command model that characterized ONI for centuries has been disrupted, potentially permanently. Regional commanders and facility directors now exercise authority that previously would have required approval from Synconi or other central leadership. This decentralization may prove beneficial, allowing faster response to local conditions and reducing vulnerability to decapitation strikes that eliminate leadership. But it also risks fracturing ONI into competing fiefdoms, each pursuing its own agenda without coordination or unified strategic vision. There are those within ONI and the broader UNSC who argue that the organization should be reformed or restructured, that its concentration of power and lack of oversight created vulnerabilities that the created exploited. These reformers face an uphill battle against institutional inertia and the resistance of personnel whose power depends on maintaining existing structures. More radical voices call for ONI's dissolution, arguing that an organization with such a record of abuse cannot be reformed and must be eliminated entirely. Such proposals are unlikely to gain traction, as the security challenges facing humanity remain severe and no alternative to ONI's capabilities has been developed. What seems certain is that ONI will continue to exist in some form, that it will continue to operate in shadows beyond public scrutiny, and that it will continue to wield immense power with minimal accountability. The personnel who staff its sections and divisions will continue to believe they serve humanity's best interests. The operations they conduct will continue to push and exceed ethical and legal boundaries. And the rest of humanity will continue living largely unaware of what is done in their name by the organization tasked with protecting them. Whether this arrangement serves humanity's long-term interests or simply perpetuates an institution that has become as dangerous as the threats it was created to counter is a question that each person, armed with knowledge of ONI's history and activities, must answer for themselves. The technological capabilities available to the Office of Naval Intelligence far exceed those of conventional UNSC forces. Through decades of research and development, recovery of alien and forerunner artifacts, and access to black budgets that allow funding of projects that would never survive public scrutiny, ONI has accumulated an arsenal of advanced systems that provide decisive advantages in intelligence gathering, covert operations, and direct combat when necessary. Understanding these technologies provides insight into how ONI maintains its position as the most powerful intelligence organization in human space. ONI's research and development infrastructure spans dozens of facilities across UNSC space and beyond. Some are publicly acknowledged as UNSC research installations, their ONI affiliation downplayed or concealed. Others are entirely classified, their locations known only to those with specific operational need. These facilities employ thousands of scientists, engineers, and technicians, many of whom possess expertise in highly specialized fields that make them nearly irreplaceable. The research conducted ranges from incremental improvements to existing UNSC technology through exotic experimental systems to attempts to reverse engineer recovered alien artifacts. The Materials Group, established after the Covenant War, formalized relationships between ONI and various corporate entities that manufacture military equipment. Companies like Lethbridge Industrial, Hannibal Weapon Systems, and Acheron Security work under contract to ONI, developing specialized equipment to ONI specification. This arrangement allows ONI to benefit from private sector innovation while maintaining control over particularly sensitive projects through classification and compartmentalization. The arrangement also provides useful cover, as weapons and equipment can be attributed to corporate development programs rather than acknowledged as ONI initiatives. Weapons development has been a particular focus for ONI throughout its existence. The M6 series of handguns, ubiquitous throughout UNSC forces, had ONI involvement in their development cycle. More specialized weapons, like the M7S caseless submachine gun, designed specifically for use with sound suppressors, were developed explicitly for ONI operations. The SRS-9 S5 AM sniper rifle saw extensive use by ONI operatives requiring long-range elimination capabilities beyond conventional firearms. ONI has developed or acquired energy weapons, including modified Covenant plasma technology and Forerunner hard light systems. Active camouflage represents one of ONI's most significant technological achievements. Reverse engineered from Covenant and eventually Forerunner examples, active camouflage systems bend light around the user, rendering them effectively invisible to visual observation. Early versions were bulky and power-intensive, limiting their deployment to specialized units. Later generations became compact enough for individual operatives to carry, though even these require substantial power reserves and generate waste heat that limits operational duration. ONI has maintained tighter control over active camouflage technology than almost any other system, restricting its distribution to ensure that the advantage remains exclusively available to ONI operatives and select UNSC Special Forces. Mjolnir-powered armor development has seen extensive ONI involvement from the program's inception. Dr. Halsey's work on Mjolnir was funded by ONI Section 3, and the armor was developed specifically for the Spartan 2 program. Subsequent generations of Mjolnir have continued to receive ONI funding and guidance, with specialized variants developed for particular mission profiles. The Mjolnir Mark IV, deployed alongside the Spartan II's initial operations, established the basic template. Mark V added integration with AI constructs, allowing Spartans to carry smart AIs into combat. Mark VI rushed into service during the Covenant War, improved energy shielding and overall protection. The GN2 Mjolnir platform, developed for the Spartan 4 program, represented a significant evolution. Where previous versions had been handcrafted masterworks, each suit requiring extensive time and resources to produce, Gen 2 was designed for mass production. This necessarily involved compromises, but the resulting armor still provided capabilities far beyond anything available to conventional forces. ONI oversight of the GN2 program ensured that the most advanced variants and systems remained exclusive to ONI-affiliated Spartans, maintaining the organization's technological edge even as Mjolnir became more widely deployed. Specialized Mjolnir variants demonstrate ONI's approach to equipment development. The Recon armor variant was developed for reconnaissance operations, incorporating enhanced sensors and stealth systems. The EVA variant, optimized for extravehicular activity and zero-gravity combat. The ODST variant provided powered armor to orbital drop shock troopers, bridging the gap between conventional forces and Spartans. Each variant reflected specific operational requirements and demonstrated ONI's willingness to invest in developing solutions to particular tactical challenges. Artificial intelligence research has been central to ONI operations since the organization's early years. The creation of smart AIs through the process of cognitive impression mapping, essentially uploading human neural patterns into a matrix of Riemann thought channels, was developed under ONI oversight. The ethical implications are staggering. The process requires a human brain, typically harvested from a deceased individual, but occasionally from prisoners or other sources that ONI does not discuss. The resulting AI possesses cognitive capabilities far exceeding human intelligence, but suffers from rampancy after approximately 7 years, as the AI's accumulated knowledge and self-reflection eventually fragment its personality matrix. ONI has conducted extensive research into extending smart AI operational lifespans and preventing or delaying rampancy. These programs have achieved limited success. Some techniques can extend an AI's viability by months or even a year or two, but the fundamental problem remains unsolved. The created crisis has cast this research in a new light, raising questions about whether ONI's experiments with AI psychology and the technologies used to extend AI lifespans may have contributed to the instabilities that made AIs vulnerable to Cortana's recruitment. The full extent of ONI's AI research remains classified, but the implications are concerning. The Prowler Corps operates ONI's fleet of stealth ships, vessels designed to evade detection while conducting surveillance and transporting covert operations teams. Prowlers employ a combination of technologies to minimize their signatures. Specialized hull coatings absorb sensor emissions, active cooling systems minimize thermal signatures, and electronic countermeasures systems spoof or jam enemy sensors. While no ship can be completely invisible, a well-designed prowler operated by a skilled crew can penetrate hostile space and gather intelligence or deploy operatives with minimal risk of detection. Prowler classes vary in size and capability. The smallest are barely larger than dropships, carrying minimal crew and equipment, but capable of infiltrating heavily defended systems. Larger prowlers like the Sahara-class heavy prowler can serve as mobile command centers, coordinating multiple operations across a region while remaining undetected. The largest prowlers rival conventional frigates in size and carry substantial armaments, though their primary mission remains intelligence gathering rather than combat. The Prowler Corps is effectively ONI's private navy, allowing the organization to conduct operations independent of the main UNSC fleet. The black sites that comprise ONI's physical infrastructure are scattered across known space and beyond, located on remote moons, buried deep beneath planetary surfaces, hidden within asteroid fields, or stationed in the deep dark between stars. Each site is designed for specific purposes, and most personnel at any given site are unaware of what occurs at other facilities. This compartmentalization protects operational security and ensures that compromise of one site does not expose the entire network. Castle Base on Reach served as one of ONI's primary installations before the planet's fall, built into the Highland Mountains and connected to adjacent facilities through subterranean tunnels. Castle Base housed research programs, detention facilities, and command centers for operations throughout the Epsilon Eridani system. Dr. Halsey maintained laboratories here, conducting research on the Spartan II program and Forerunner artifacts. The base survived the initial Covenant assault on Reach, though it was eventually compromised and destroyed. Castle Base exemplified ONI's approach to facility construction: massive investment in hardened infrastructure, layered security, and complete isolation from civilian oversight. The Midnight facility, classified at the highest levels, served as a detention and interrogation site during and after the Covenant War. Personnel held at Midnight included captured Covenant leadership, insurrectionist commanders, and others whose knowledge was deemed valuable enough to justify extreme measures in extraction. The facility's location has never been officially disclosed,
though fragmentary records suggest it may have been located in deep space aboard a converted asteroid or purpose-built station. What is known is that enhanced interrogation techniques developed at Midnight set standards for ONI operations across multiple black sites. The facility's existence raises profound questions about UNSC adherence to its own laws regarding prisoner treatment and human rights. Site 23, located on the far side of Earth's moon, conducted research into Forerunner artifacts recovered from Earth and nearby systems. The facility's proximity to Earth made it unusually accessible for an ONI black site. though this proximity also meant it was evacuated early during the created crisis when Guardian activity made the Sol system increasingly dangerous.
Research conducted at Site 23 contributed to understanding Forerunner technology and potentially to developments in fields ranging from weapons to artificial intelligence to slipspace navigation. The full scope of Site 23's work remains classified. The Onyx facility, later designated Trevelyan after its true nature was discovered, represents ONI's most ambitious installation. What appeared to be an ordinary colony world was revealed to be a Forerunner shield world, a Dyson sphere enclosed within slipspace and accessible only through specific portals. ONI had been using Onyx for Spartan 3 training, unaware of the installation's true nature. When the shield world was revealed during the Onyx conflict in 2552, ONI immediately established extensive research operations within its vast interior spaces. Trevelyan offered unprecedented access to intact Forerunner technology and constructs. The Huragok engineer creatures discovered within the sphere provided valuable assistance in understanding Forerunner systems. The sheer scale of the installation, with an interior surface area measuring in the millions of square kilometers, allowed research programs that would have been impossible anywhere else. Trevelyan became ONI's crown jewel, a facility so valuable that its compromise would represent a catastrophic loss. It was at Trevelyan that Jewel Madama was detained, a decision that would have far-reaching consequences. The facility's remoteness and the assumption that nothing could escape from within the slipspace bubble made it seem like the perfect location for holding high-value prisoners. This assumption proved false when Mdama eventually escaped, but the incident did not result in any apparent change in how Trevelyan was operated. The facility continued to serve as a detention site for individuals too dangerous or too valuable to hold anywhere else, alongside its research missions. Biological and chemical weapons research has occurred within ONI facilities, though official documentation on such programs is sparse and heavily redacted where it exists at all. The UNSC is signatory to treaties banning the development and use of biological weapons, but ONI has interpreted these restrictions loosely when dealing with alien species not covered by human treaties. Research into pathogens that might specifically target Covenant species was conducted during the war, with some programs continuing post-war despite the nominal peace. The justification offered is always defensive. Understanding potential biological threats requires research that looks indistinguishable from weapons development. Chemical weapons research has focused primarily on non-lethal systems, though the definition of non-lethal is elastic when dealing with alien physiologies that may react differently to chemical agents than humans. Incapacitating agents, riot control substances, and compounds designed to interfere with alien sensory systems have all been developed and stockpiled. Some of these were used during Covenant war operations when capturing prisoners or controlling populations on occupied worlds. The ethics of using chemical weapons are complex, and ONI's approach has been to develop capabilities while maintaining plausible deniability about deployment. Interrogation technologies developed by ONI push the boundaries of what most would consider acceptable. While physical torture remains in the toolkit, ONI has invested heavily in more sophisticated approaches, drugs that lower inhibitions or increase suggestibility, neural interfaces that allow direct reading of memory and thought patterns, psychological manipulation techniques based on decades of research into human and alien cognition. All are employed when extracting information from resistant subjects. The results are reliable in the sense that they produce information, though whether that information is accurate is another question. People and aliens will say anything to make suffering stop, and distinguishing truth from desperate fabrication requires skill and additional intelligence to corroborate. The costs of technological innovation are measured in more than just funding. Experimental systems fail, sometimes catastrophically. Researchers working with exotic materials or energy systems suffer accidents ranging from minor injuries to deaths. Test subjects for augmentation procedures or advanced armor systems volunteer or are volunteered, and many do not survive the experience. Containment breaches at facilities studying captured flood specimens or other biological threats have resulted in total loss of stations and everyone aboard. ONI's technological advantages are built on a foundation of trial and error, with the errors often measured in lives. The technologies ONI develops inevitably proliferate beyond the organization's control. Equipment is captured in the field, personnel defect or are compromised. Black market arms dealers acquire and sell systems that should have remained exclusive to ONI. Corporate partners repurpose technologies developed under contract for their own commercial products. Each instance of proliferation erodes ONI's technological edge and potentially provides advantages to adversaries. ONI works continuously to prevent such leakage, but perfect security is impossible, and the organization must constantly innovate to stay ahead of those who would copy or steal its work. Looking forward, ONI's technological development will likely focus on several key areas. Countermeasures against the created and artificial intelligence threats require new approaches to cybersecurity and potentially to artificial intelligence architecture itself. Understanding and harnessing forerunner technology remains a priority, as the capabilities offered by these ancient systems far exceed anything humanity has developed independently. Augmentation procedures that might produce capabilities matching or exceeding Spartan 2 results without the ethical compromises of child abduction would be valuable, assuming such techniques can be developed. And weapon systems capable of neutralizing threats like Guardians or other strategic level assets would provide options currently absent from humanity's arsenal. The question underlying all of ONI's technological development is whether the capabilities being created serve humanity's long-term interests or simply perpetuate the military-industrial complex that benefits from continuous conflict. Every new weapon system, every improved surveillance technology, every enhanced interrogation technique expands ONI's power and reach. That power is justified by the threats humanity faces, but it also creates new dangers as ONI itself becomes a threat to the freedoms and rights it was created to protect. The technologies ONI develops are tools, and tools can be used for many purposes. Whether those purposes ultimately serve humanity or simply serve the institution of ONI itself is a question that remains open as the organization continues its work in the shadows. Any comprehensive examination of the Office of Naval Intelligence must confront the organization's documented record of criminal activity, human rights violations, and acts that by any objective standard constitute war crimes and crimes against humanity. These are not aberrations or the work of rogue elements, but rather the predictable result of an institution that operates beyond legal and ethical constraints, that justifies any action in the name of security, and that has successfully avoided accountability for over 3 centuries. The catalog of ONI's crimes is extensive, and while the full scope may never be known due to the organization's culture of secrecy and document destruction, what is documented is damning enough. The Spartan 2 program stands as perhaps the clearest example of ONI's willingness to commit atrocities. The abduction of 75 children selected for genetic traits and taken from their families through military operations conducted on UNSC worlds represents kidnapping on a scale that would be prosecuted as a crime against humanity by any international court. These were not orphans or abandoned children, but sons and daughters with families who loved them and had every right to raise them. The flash clone program that accompanied the abductions adds layers of cruelty that are difficult to fully comprehend. ONI created sentient beings, clones possessing at least rudimentary consciousness and implanted memories for the sole purpose of subjecting them to short lives ending in painful degenerative deaths. These flash clones were people, not biological constructs, and they suffered terribly before dying while their families watched helplessly. The purpose was purely utilitarian, to prevent investigations into the missing children. ONI created and killed dozens of people to maintain a cover story demonstrating a casual disregard for life that defies moral comprehension. The augmentation procedures inflicted on Spartan 2 candidates at age 14 constituted medical experimentation on children without consent. 12 died during the procedures. 30 more survived, but with crippling injuries or disability. These casualties were anticipated and accepted as the cost of producing 30 viable Spartans. In any context outside ONI's operation, researchers who conducted such experiments would face prosecution for crimes including murder, torture, and crimes against humanity. The Nuremberg Code, established after World War II to prevent repetition of Nazi medical experiments, explicitly prohibits experimentation on human subjects without informed consent and without safeguards to prevent death or disabling injury. ONI violated every principle of ethical research. The Spartan 3 program somehow exceeded Spartan 2 in its ethical violations, where Spartan 2 aimed to create elite soldiers who might have long careers. Spartan 3 explicitly designed child soldiers for suicide missions. 300 candidates in Alpha Company were trained and augmented, then deployed in a single operation from which only 2 survived. 418 candidates in Beta Company met the same fate. The program was predicated on the acceptable sacrifice of children in mass suicidal operations. This is not a harsh assessment, but the program's actual design philosophy, articulated clearly in internal ONI documentation. The recruitment of war orphans for Spartan 3, while less overtly criminal than Spartan 2's kidnappings, involved exploitation of vulnerable children who had lost everything to the Covenant War. These children were psychologically manipulated, told that self-sacrifice was their purpose, and that dying in battle was the only way their lives could have meaning. The augmentation procedures for Spartan 3 candidates, particularly the illegal mutagenic enhancements given to Gamma Company, violated international agreements and basic medical ethics. Gamma Company's Spartans were rendered chemically dependent on smoothers to prevent neurological damage, a condition deliberately created by ONI's augmentation protocols. Beyond the Spartan programs, ONI's record includes systematic use of torture, described euphemistically as enhanced interrogation. Facilities like Midnight and others conducted interrogations using techniques that constitute torture under international law and UNSC regulations. Physical abuse, psychological torture, sensory deprivation, drug-induced altered states, and direct neural interface with prisoners' nervous systems were all employed to extract information. These techniques were not limited to enemy combatants, but were also used on insurrectionists and others designated as threats to UNSC security. The legal framework that theoretically governs such activities is clear. The UNSC is bound by laws and treaties prohibiting torture and cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment of prisoners. These laws exist not only as moral principles but as recognition that torture is unreliable, producing false information as often as truth, and that societies permitting torture of their enemies inevitably begin torturing their own citizens. ONI ignored these laws entirely, operating under the assumption that UNSC regulations did not apply to its operations or that classification provided immunity from prosecution. Assassination programs like Operation Kaleidoscope targeted not just enemy combatants, but political leaders, journalists, activists, and others whose only crime was opposition to UNSC policy. The killings were conducted without trial, often without any formal determination that the targets posed legitimate military threats. Many assassinations were designed to look like accidents or natural causes, demonstrating premeditation and planning that distinguishes murder from legitimate military action. The victims included civilians protected under laws of war, making these acts war crimes by definition. The continuing operations against insurrectionists during the Covenant War, when humanity faced extinction, represents a shocking prioritization of institutional power over species survival. ONI maintained surveillance networks, conducted arrests and assassinations, and diverted military resources to suppressing human rebels, even as the Covenant was exterminating colony after colony. The justification was that insurrectionist activity undermined the unified command structure necessary to fight the Covenant. But the reality was that ONI refused to allow the crisis to interfere with settling old scores and maintaining control. ONI's operations against the Sangheili in the post-war period constitute deliberate attempts to destabilize a nominally allied government and potentially incite genocide. Arming religious extremists, providing intelligence for attacks on the Arbiter's forces, and working to prevent reunification of Sangheili society were all undertaken while the UNSC maintained official diplomatic relations with that same government. This represents duplicity on a scale that undermines any possibility of genuine interspecies cooperation. The Sangheili, who learned of ONI's actions, have every reason to conclude that humans cannot be trusted and that any agreement with the UNSC is worthless. The creation of Julam Dhamma's covenant through the detention and radicalization of a moderate Sangheili represents perhaps the clearest example of ONI's actions creating the very threats it claims to counter. Dhamma was imprisoned without trial or legal justification, held in conditions designed to break him psychologically, separated from his family and given every reason to hate humanity. When he escaped and began recruiting for a new covenant dedicated to humanity's destruction, ONI had only itself to blame. The thousands of human deaths resulting from the new covenant's raids and attacks flowed directly from ONI's decision to detain and abuse one Sangheili who might otherwise have lived peacefully. The suppression of information and evidence represents another category of ONI criminality. Documents have been destroyed or altered to conceal illegal activities. Personnel who witness crimes are threatened, reassigned, or eliminated to ensure silence. Investigations by military law enforcement or civilian authorities are obstructed through classification claims and institutional stonewalling. This systematic cover-up prevents accountability and ensures that crimes continue unchecked. The destruction of evidence is itself criminal, demonstrating consciousness of guilt and intent to evade justice. ONI has manipulated colonial governments through blackmail, bribery, and orchestrated coups. Elected officials removed from office because they opposed UNSC policies, replaced with more compliant leaders installed through ONI operations. Intelligence was fabricated or withheld to manipulate political leaders into making decisions favoring ONI's agenda. In extreme cases, entire governments were overthrown and replaced with regimes more amenable to UNSC control. These actions violate principles of sovereignty and self-determination, undermining any claim that the UNSC represents democratic governance. The use of prisoners as test subjects for experimental procedures represents clear violations of both medical ethics and basic human rights. Augmentation techniques, drug protocols, and other treatments were tested on prisoners before being used on volunteers or authorized personnel. Many of these test subjects died or were permanently harmed by the experiments. The subjects did not consent and were not informed of what was being done to them. This follows the pattern of historical abuses like the Tuskegee experiments, Nazi medical experiments, and other cases where prisoners and vulnerable populations were exploited for research purposes. Collateral damage from ONI operations has killed civilians in numbers that have never been fully tallied. Bombings and military strikes targeting insurrectionist leaders inevitably killed bystanders. Intelligence operations conducted in civilian areas expose those populations to retaliation from the targets. The creation of martyrs through heavy-handed arrests and killings radicalized communities and drove recruitment to rebel movements. ONI has demonstrated consistent disregard for civilian casualties, treating them as acceptable costs of operations rather than as moral imperatives to be minimized. The propaganda and disinformation campaigns conducted by Section 2 have systematically deceived the UNSC military and civilian population. People have been prevented from knowing the truth about threats facing humanity, about the UNSC's actual capabilities and strategies, and about the costs of the wars being fought in their name. This deception prevents informed democratic participation and ensures that the population cannot hold leaders accountable for decisions made in secret. While some information security is legitimate, ONI's approach goes far beyond operational security into comprehensive thought control. The classification system used by ONI has been weaponized to prevent accountability and oversight. Information is classified not because its revelation would genuinely threaten security, but because it would expose illegal or unethical activities. Classification levels are assigned arbitrarily, with some information given the highest restrictions simply because it is embarrassing rather than actually sensitive. The system prevents external review of ONI activities and ensures that even UNSC officers and government officials with legitimate need to know are kept ignorant. Internal dissent within ONI has been systematically crushed. Personnel who raise ethical objections to operations are marked as unsuited for ONI work and removed from positions where they might interfere. Whistleblowers who attempt to expose illegal activities face prosecution, imprisonment, or worse. The message is clear. Loyalty to ONI and willingness to follow orders regardless of content are the only values that matter. This creates an organizational culture where crimes are normalized and questioning is dangerous, ensuring that abuses continue and escalate over time. The psychological toll on ONI operatives who conduct or witness these activities is substantial, but rarely discussed. Many suffer from moral injury, the psychological damage that results from participating in or failing to prevent acts that violate one's own ethical code. Substance abuse, relationship problems, and mental health issues are common among ONI personnel, though the organization's culture discourages seeking help for such problems lest they be interpreted as weakness or disloyalty. Some operatives eventually refuse to continue, requesting transfer or resignation, but many are denied such requests and forced to continue serving. Others complete their service and carry the burden of what they have done for the rest of their lives. The question of accountability remains perhaps the most troubling aspect of ONI's history. Despite 3 centuries of documented crimes, virtually no one has faced prosecution or meaningful punishment. The classification system and ONI's institutional power protect perpetrators from justice. Military and civilian courts lack jurisdiction over classified operations. The few cases where accountability has been attempted have been obstructed by ONI, with evidence destroyed, witnesses intimidated, and investigations sabotaged. The result is a culture of impunity where ONI personnel understand that they will never face consequences for their actions. This impunity extends to the highest levels. Admiral Perengoski authorized countless illegal operations, from the Spartan 3 program to operations against the Sanghili, and faced no punishment. She retired from ONI leadership and presumably lives comfortably, never having been held accountable for the suffering caused by her decisions. Admiral Osman, who ordered the assassination of Dr. Halsey, similarly faces no consequences. The scientists who designed augmentation procedures that killed or crippled children, the operatives who conducted assassinations and torture, the bureaucrats who manufactured evidence and destroyed documents, all have escaped justice. The moral bankruptcy of ONI is evident in how these crimes are justified internally and to those UNSC leaders who are aware of them. The argument is always utilitarian. These actions, however distasteful, were necessary for humanity's survival. The insurrection threatened civilization with fragmentation that would leave humanity vulnerable. The Covenant threatened literal extinction. The post-war period presents continued dangers from hostile aliens and internal threats. In this context, any action that increases humanity's security is justified, regardless of its legality or morality. The ends justify the means, full stop. This utilitarian argument fails on multiple levels. First, it assumes that the crimes committed actually enhanced humanity's security, an assumption that is debatable at best. Second, it ignores that some actions are wrong regardless of outcomes, that certain moral lines should not be crossed, even when crossing them offers advantages. Third, it fails to account for the long-term costs of operating without ethical constraints, costs measured in the corruption of institutions, the creation of new enemies, and the erosion of the values supposedly being protected. Fourth, it treats human beings and alien persons as pure instrumental goods, resources to be used and discarded, rather than as beings with inherent worth and rights. The institutional corruption of ONI runs deep enough that reform may be impossible. The organization has selected for and promoted individuals willing to commit crimes, creating a leadership class that views such actions as normal and necessary. The culture of secrecy prevents outside oversight and internal dissent. The compartmentalization ensures that most personnel never understand the full scope of what ONI does, allowing them to believe they serve a legitimate organization, while the worst abuses occur in sections they never see. The power ONI wields, both in terms of resources and institutional clout, makes it nearly impossible for anyone to hold the organization accountable. The tragedy is that genuine threats exist that require intelligence operations to counter. Humanity does face dangers from hostile aliens, from internal extremists, from technologies that could destroy civilization if misused. An effective intelligence organization is necessary, but ONI has become something far beyond what necessity requires. It has become a threat in its own right, an institution that commits crimes as a matter of routine while claiming to protect the very people it victimizes. The crimes documented here represent only those that have come to light. The full extent of ONI's activities, hidden behind classification and destroyed documents, may never be known. But what is known is sufficient for judgment. ONI has betrayed every principle it claims to uphold, and has done so systematically for over 300 years. The Office of Naval Intelligence's legacy is written in contradictions. It is an organization that has committed crimes against humanity while genuinely working to prevent humanity's extinction. It has violated every principle of law and ethics while arguably fulfilling its core mandate to protect the UNSC. It has made humanity safer in some ways while making humanity less worthy of survival in others. Understanding this legacy requires holding multiple truths simultaneously. That ONI has been effective, that ONI has been monstrous, and that both these things can be true at the same time. The cost of survival is a theme that runs through human history, but takes on particular urgence when examining ONI's activities. What price is acceptable to ensure that humanity continues to exist as a species? At what point does survival purchased through atrocity become not worth the cost? These are philosophical questions without objective answers, but they are questions that must be asked when evaluating ONI's 3-century history of operations in the shadows. The Spartan programs provide the clearest lens for examining this cost-benefit analysis. 75 children were abducted, subjected to brutal training and augmentation, and turned into weapons. 30 emerged as functional Spartans. Those 30, and particularly individuals like the Master Chief, played crucial roles in preventing humanity's extinction during the Covenant War. It is not hyperbole to say that without the Spartans, humanity would likely have lost the war. Does this justify what was done to create them? Any answer to that question reveals one's fundamental ethical framework. A strict utilitarian might argue yes, that the suffering of 75 individuals is tragically necessary when weighed against the survival of billions. A deontologist would argue no, that the inherent wrongness of the acts committed makes them unjustifiable regardless of outcomes. Most people likely fall somewhere in between, troubled by the crimes but unable to completely condemn them, given the results. This ambiguity is precisely what ONI has exploited throughout its history, operating in the gray zones where moral clarity becomes impossible. The broader question extends beyond the Spartan programs to ONI's entire pattern of operations, the intelligence gathered through illegal surveillance, the threats neutralized through assassination, the enemy divisions sown through manipulation. All these actions arguably contributed to human security. But they also normalized criminality, corrupted institutions, created new enemies, and eroded the values and freedoms supposedly being protected. The net effect is genuinely difficult to assess because the counterfactuals cannot be known. What would have happened if ONI had operated within legal and ethical bounds, or if it had not existed at all? ONI's influence on individual lives has been profound, particularly for the Spartans who survived its programs. The Master Chief, humanity's greatest hero, is also a victim of ONI's crimes. He was stolen from his family at age 6, raised in an institution where he was taught only warfare, augmented through procedures that killed or crippled many of his peers, and sent to fight in wars that began before he reached adulthood. Everything that makes him exceptional as a soldier is the result of violations of his human rights and childhood. He has saved humanity multiple times over, yet this does not change the fundamental wrong done to him. Other Spartans carry similar burdens. Some, like John 1:17, appear to have made peace with their origins, or at least learned to function despite the trauma. Others struggle with anger, confusion about their identity, or conflict between the loyalty they were conditioned to feel and growing awareness of how they were victimized. The Spartan twos who washed out of the program due to augmentation failures face additional challenges. They carry the physical and psychological scars, but cannot point to the same accomplishments to justify what was done to them. For them, the question of whether the ends justified the means is even more painful. The relationship between ONI and the player's experience of Halo is worth examining. Players control the Master Chief through much of the series, experiencing the universe through his eyes. The games present Spartan 2s as heroes, inspiring figures who stand against impossible odds. This perspective is not wrong, but it is incomplete. The games rarely force players to confront the reality of how these heroes were created or what crimes were committed to produce them. Section 2's propaganda has effectively shaped not just the in-universe narrative, but the player's understanding of events. The gradual revelation of ONI's darker activities across various Halo media mirrors the way such organizations operate in reality. Initial presentations are heroic and straightforward. Brave soldiers fight to save humanity. Later revelations complicate the picture. Those soldiers were kidnapped children. The enemy is more nuanced than simple evil, and the organization orchestrating the defense has committed atrocities. This layering creates a more realistic and morally complex universe, one where heroism and monstrosity coexist, and where the fight for survival requires asking uncomfortable questions about what is being preserved and how. Unrevealed secrets certainly remain within ONI's classified archives. Organizations do not operate for 3 centuries without accumulating operations and programs that have never been exposed. Some possibilities can be speculated upon, though it is critical to distinguish speculation from confirmed fact. ONI may have conducted experiments on flood specimens, attempting to understand or weaponize the parasite. This would be extraordinarily dangerous, but also potentially valuable given the threat the flood represents. The results of such research, if it occurred, would be among the most closely guarded secrets in UNSC space. ONI may have developed contingency plans for scenarios beyond those publicly acknowledged. Plans for dealing with a rogue AI that become uncomfortably prescient given the created crisis. Protocols for preventing the Halo array's activation should someone attempt it. Strategies for human survival in the event of losing the Covenant War, perhaps involving evacuation of select populations or preservation of genetic material and knowledge for eventual return. These contingencies would be dark by their nature, focused on worst-case scenarios and likely involving difficult decisions about who would be saved and who abandoned. The possibility exists that ONI has encountered or knows about alien species or phenomena that have not been publicly revealed. The UNSC's exploration of space has been limited compared to the Milky Way's size. Other civilizations may exist that ONI is aware of but has chosen not to reveal for strategic reasons. Forerunner installations beyond those documented may have been found and are being studied in secret. Each such secret represents information denied to humanity as a whole, preventing informed understanding of the galaxy and humanity's place in it. The question of reform arises naturally when confronting ONI's record. Can such an organization be reformed, or must it be dissolved and replaced? The challenge is that the capabilities ONI provides are genuinely needed. Intelligence gathering, covert operations, research into advanced technologies. These functions serve legitimate security requirements, but ONI has demonstrated that combining these functions in a single organization operating with minimal oversight inevitably leads to abuse. Reform proposals typically focus on several areas: increased oversight from external authorities, whether civilian government or military leadership independent of ONI; stronger legal frameworks with meaningful enforcement mechanisms to ensure ONI operates within established law; cultural change within the organization to prioritize ethics alongside mission accomplishment; declassification of historical operations to allow public understanding and accountability for past crimes. Each proposal faces substantial resistance from within ONI and from those who benefit from the status quo. The created crisis may paradoxically provide an opportunity for reform by breaking ONI's power and forcing decentralization. If the organization cannot be reformed from within, perhaps fragmenting it into smaller, regional entities with less concentrated power might prevent the worst abuses. But this assumes the will exists to pursue such reform, and there is little evidence of that will among those who would need to implement it. More likely, ONI will rebuild itself along familiar lines, having learned only that it needs better protection against AI threats rather than needing fundamental change in how it operates. The potential for continued evolution of threats facing humanity suggests that whatever form ONI takes, it will face challenges beyond current capabilities. The created have demonstrated that artificial intelligence poses existential risks that traditional intelligence operations cannot address. The Banished and other post-Covenant factions continue to threaten human worlds. New threats may emerge from unexplored regions of space or from awakening Forerunner installations. These genuine dangers provide justification for maintaining powerful intelligence capabilities, even as they risk being used to justify continuing the same patterns of abuse. ONI as a mirror for humanity's desperate situation reveals uncomfortable truths. The organization exists because humanity faces real threats, and because conventional approaches proved inadequate. Every crime ONI commits can be traced back to a crisis where normal rules seemed inadequate. This suggests that the problem extends beyond ONI to the broader context in which it operates. As long as humanity exists in a state of perpetual crisis, as long as extinction or subjugation remain possibilities, the pressure will exist to employ any means necessary to survive. ONI is the manifestation of that pressure, the institution created to do what must be done regardless of cost. The question then becomes whether humanity can break this cycle. Can civilization be defended without becoming monstrous in its own right? Can security be maintained while respecting rights and ethics? Can intelligence operations be conducted effectively while remaining within legal and moral bounds? These questions have no easy answers, but they must be asked. The alternative is accepting that survival requires abandoning the values that supposedly make humanity worth saving, reducing the victory to mere biological continuation devoid of meaning. The price of knowing too much is a burden carried by everyone who learns the truth about ONI, the organization's existence and activities, force confrontation with moral complexity that most would prefer to avoid. It is easier to believe in simple heroism, in clear distinction between right and wrong, in the fundamental goodness of humanity's defenders. ONI's reality shatters these comfortable fictions, revealing that heroism often emerges from victimization, that right and wrong blur in service of survival, and that defenders can become as dangerous as those they defend against. This knowledge cannot be unlearned. Once aware of what ONI has done, of the crimes committed in humanity's name, each person must decide how to respond. Some choose to focus on the results, arguing that effectiveness justifies methods and that judgment from safety is easy but irrelevant. Others condemn ONI entirely, viewing the organization as irredeemable and its dissolution as imperative. Many struggle in the middle, recognizing both the necessity of intelligence operations and the unacceptability of ONI's specific actions, searching for solutions that honor both security requirements and ethical constraints. The future of the Office of Naval Intelligence remains uncertain in the wake of the created crisis and the ongoing challenges facing humanity. What seems certain is that some form of intelligence organization will persist, that it will operate in shadows beyond most people's awareness, and that it will continue to make difficult decisions with incomplete information. Whether it will be ONI in its current form, a reformed version of the organization, or something entirely new, built on different principles, cannot be predicted. What can be said is that the history examined in this deep dive should inform future decisions. The patterns are clear. Concentration of power without oversight leads to abuse. Utilitarianism, unconstrained by moral principles, enables any atrocity. Secrecy prevents accountability, and institutional cultures that reward results regardless of methods inevitably become corrupt. These lessons were available before ONI was created, written in the history of every intelligence organization and secret police force that preceded it. They were ignored, and the predicted consequences followed. If humanity survives its current crises and reaches a point where contemplating lessons and reforms becomes possible, ONI's history offers a stark warning. Security cannot be achieved through means that destroy what is being secured. Intelligence operations that operate beyond law and ethics inevitably become threats in their own right. Organizations granted enormous power and minimal oversight will abuse that power. These are not abstract principles, but demonstrated facts, proven through 3 centuries of ONI operations. The Office of Naval Intelligence stands as humanity's darkest achievement, an organization of extraordinary capability and efficiency, sophisticated in its methods, and effective in accomplishing its mission. Built on a foundation of crimes and operating through systematic violation of every principle it claims to defend. It has saved humanity while simultaneously corrupting the species it preserved. This paradox is ONI's legacy, the truth that everyone aware of the organization's history must wrestle with. There are no simple answers, no way to neatly resolve the contradictions. There is only the knowledge of what was done, the question of whether it was necessary, and the burden of deciding what such knowledge demands in response. We have journeyed through the shadows together tonight, examining one of the darkest and most powerful institutions in the Halo universe. The Office of Naval Intelligence has shaped humanity's history for over 300 years, operating beyond the reach of law and accountability while wielding immense power over the species' fate. From its origins in the interplanetary wars, through the insurrection and Covenant War, to the present crisis involving the created, ONI has been both humanity's shield and its most dangerous internal threat. We have seen how ONI began as a conventional intelligence agency before evolving into something far more expansive and sinister. We have examined the three-section structure that allows compartmentalization of the worst activities behind walls of classification. We have confronted the reality of the Spartan program's crimes against children, justified by the argument that humanity's survival demanded such sacrifices. We have traced ONI's operations against the Sangheili, manipulations that undermined peace and created new enemies through betrayal of allies. The technology and weapons developed by ONI provide capabilities beyond those available to conventional UNSC forces, advantages purchased through research that often violates ethical boundaries and legal restrictions. The black sites scattered across human space and beyond serve as locations where crimes can be committed beyond any oversight. The catalog of documented abuses and atrocities demonstrates a pattern of behavior that can only be described as systematic moral bankruptcy, an institutional culture where any action is acceptable if it serves ONI's objectives. Throughout this examination, we have held space for complexity and nuance. ONI's crimes are real and documented, but so is the reality that humanity has faced genuine existential threats. The Spartan programs violated the rights of children, but those Spartans did save humanity during the Covenant War. ONI's operations against the Sangheili betrayed diplomatic agreements, but the fear of a reunified alien civilization seeking revenge was not irrational. These contradictions are uncomfortable but must be acknowledged. The question of whether ONI's actions were necessary, whether the ends truly justified the means, cannot be definitively answered. It is a question that reveals each person's fundamental ethical framework and assumptions about what matters most: rights or outcomes, principles or survival, the individual or the collective. The Halo universe, through ONI and its activities, presents these questions with unusual clarity and forces those who engage with the lore to confront them honestly. What is clear is that ONI represents both the best and worst of humanity's response to crisis. The determination to survive at any cost, the willingness to sacrifice anything for the species' continuation, the ruthless efficiency in pursuit of objectives. These are human traits displayed at their most extreme. So too are the capacity for self-justification, the corruption that accompanies unchecked power, and the tendency to become the very thing one fights against in the name of fighting it. The Office of Naval Intelligence will continue operating in the shadows, whether in its current form or as something evolved from the present crisis. Secrets will continue to be kept, operations conducted beyond public knowledge, and decisions made that sacrifice individuals for purported greater goods. Those few who know the truth about ONI's history and activities carry the burden of that knowledge, unable to unknow what has been learned, forced to decide what such knowledge demands. If you have found value in this comprehensive exploration of ONI's secrets and lies, in this journey through the darkest corners of Halo's lore, I would be deeply grateful if you would like this video and subscribe to Archivum Halo. This channel is dedicated to bringing you detailed, lore-accurate deep dives into every aspect of the Halo universe, from the ancient forerunners to humanity's present struggles. Your support through likes, subscriptions, and comments helps me continue producing these long-form explorations of what makes Halo's universe so rich, complex, and compelling. There is so much more to discover in this universe. The histories of other factions, the mysteries of Forerunner technology, the stories of individual heroes and villains, the grand sweep of galactic events spanning hundreds of thousands of years. All of this awaits exploration. Each video I create aims to honor the depth and complexity of Halo's lore, while making it accessible and engaging for those who want to understand this universe more fully. Thank you for spending this time with me, for listening to this examination of ONI's dark history. Whether you found vindication for suspicions you already held, discovered information that changed your understanding of Halo's universe, or simply enjoyed a comprehensive tour through the lore, I hope this video provided value. The truth about organizations like ONI is uncomfortable but important, and engaging with difficult questions about power, ethics, and survival makes us better able to understand not just fictional universes, but our own world as well. Until next time, this is Archivum Halo, reminding you that some secrets are kept in darkness for good reason, but other secrets are kept to hide crimes that demand exposure. May you sleep well with these stories in your mind, and may the lore of Halo continue to inspire, challenge, and fascinate. Stay curious, stay critical, and I will see you in the next deep dive.